Chapter 322. Defeated? In the Holy City, a golden red-robed Holy One listened to the news reported by his subordinate in disbelief. Faceless One was defeated? The saint angrily slammed the armrest of the saint-white stone throne, and a shockwave quickly spread out, causing the entire palace to tremble. In the face of the wrath of a legendary-level Holy One, his subordinate was drenched in cold sweat, but he insisted on reporting the complete news. Yes, everyone present saw that Faceless One was assassinated by a mysterious girl. The weapon she used is suspected to be Bretonia's divine weapon, Sword in the Stone. Sword in the Stone? The Holy One was stunned, and then somewhat bewildered. How could it be Sword in the Stone? That's clearly. Forget it, you go and report the news to the Prophet Holy One. Be sure to ask for his opinion. No need, I already know. While speaking, another golden red-robed Holy One walked into the hall. As his footsteps fell, the tremor of the hall also stabilized. Don't panic, the failure of Faceless One is not a bad thing for us. This new saint had the prophecy technique, which was envied by everyone in the church. He could see into the future, and his position was the most respected among the 5 legendary saints. Seeing him coming, the master of the hall hurriedly got up and saluted. What advice does the prophet have? The Prophet Holy One said, the failure of Faceless One lies in the variable. When I sent him, I thought that the only opponent would be Bedivere. Even if Rowan and Marina rebelled, he could still suppress them. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden change in Dragon City. Whether it was the girl with the sword in the stone or the 9 regions people around her, they were all variables that I didn't foresee. However, the appearance of this variable made my dream even clearer, and I was finally able to confirm the identity of that black dragon. The black dragon in the Prophet Holy One's dream was the nightmare that had been hovering over Holy Light religion for hundreds of years. At this time, the Prophet Holy One said that the identity of the black dragon had been determined, which immediately made people ecstatic. It's already determined? Then. It's the girl who assassinated Faceless One, the one who claimed to be the daughter of the Night King. It's her? Humph, that's just the right time to catch all of them in one fell swoop. This matter is of great importance, so why don't you and I take action personally? We can't give them any breathing room. The prophet said, that's exactly why I'm here. Apart from you and me, there's also, before he could finish speaking, a servant suddenly ran in from outside the hall. He looked panicked and lost his composure. The hall master said angrily, what is this? The servant fell to his knees. My apologies, Lord Saint. But I just received urgent news that the Eastern Front is in a state of emergency. A group of people from the knowledge capital of the 9 Regions Alliance, Agma, and the Eastern City-States have come to the Holy City. What? For Holy Light religion, the Eastern City-States Alliance has always been a thorn in their side. With the frequent exchange between the Eastern and Western continents, the development of the Eastern continent has become more and more rapid. Because of this, not long ago, they had deliberately used spies to create conflict between the 2 sides. Unexpectedly, the result was that the 2 sides had become united against a common enemy. The Prophet Saint was also greatly shocked. Among the 5 legendary saints, he firmly supported provoking the relationship between the 9 states and the Eastern City-States, because in the prophecy, there was no possibility of an alliance between the 2. It was even more impossible for them to ally with the City of Knowledge, Agma, to attack the Holy City. Prophet. The hall master was stunned. The prophet closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The Holy City is the foundation of the Church. The dragon of annihilation is still not strong enough. Let's put it aside for now and solve the immediate crisis. However, we can't completely let it go. I think we can call back the Holy Knights who guard the western checkpoint. Then we can mobilize the local forces in Bretonia to attack. With the remaining strength of Dragon City after the war, there is no possibility of escape. At that time, even if we can't destroy the Night King and the sword in the stone, we can destroy their foundation and make them become stray dogs, so that they will no longer be a threat in the future. However, if the sword in the stone is the real deal, humph, the mistake of the Savage Lord 150 years ago? At that time, the Savage Lord was defeated and died with 10 times the number of troops, becoming a stepping stone for the Night King to reach the peak. We can send out 20 times the number of troops. Now, there are only 2,000 or 3,000 usable soldiers in Dragon City. If we transfer some of the knights from the western region, plus the surrounding forces, with a core of 100,000 professionals, it will be enough to crush Dragon City. No matter how sharp the sword in the stone is, can it kill all 100,000 people? Okay, I understand. In the western part of the continent, at the entrance to the Savage Land stood a heavily fortified fortress. The illustrious Bloodlust Holy Knights were stationed here. This huge legion of more than 30,000 professionals isolated all the creatures in the Savage Land from the continent. It could be said that they were the guardian of the western part of the continent. It was also because of this merit that Holy Light religion was able to firmly stabilize its position as the #1 religion in the continent. Because the duty of guarding the border was too important, the Bloodlust Holy Knights were almost never mobilized. The Holy Knights have been here for generations, so they have been deeply rooted. With the Cold Wind Fortress as the core, they even gradually spread out into a small city. Many of the villagers who once lived nearby chose to rely on the protection of the Bloodlust Holy Knights. In exchange, they would also supplement the Bloodlust Holy Knights with daily necessities. At the same time, there were also some naturalized barbarian tribes who settled here, which the Bloodlust Holy Knights did not stop. In recent decades, the Bloodlust Holy Knights did not have many combat missions, and the life in the small cities around the fortress seemed comfortable. The training and actual combat of the core members of the Bloodlust Holy Knights were concentrated in the west of the fortress and the border, which ordinary people could not see. They only felt that the decades of overall peace seemed eternal. However, on this morning, the sleeping people suddenly woke up. They felt that the earth was gently shaking and the sound of metal collision was continuous. Occasionally, it was mixed with a thick roar of command. The peaceful small city was shrouded in a layer of chilling haze. No one who lived here was completely unfamiliar with the war. The familiar atmosphere suddenly woke them up. Is the war coming? In the middle of the small city was a spacious road, which was the road that the army of the Cold Wind Fortress used to travel inland. Although for decades, the Bloodlust Holy Knights rarely used that road, usually no one dared to occupy that road, so they kept it unobstructed. However, at this time, people were surprised to see that the spacious road has been filled with dense crowds. The heavily armed Bloodlust Holy Knights neatly came out of the fortress and headed toward the eastern direction. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 people. The follow-up troops were endless. For decades, it was not uncommon for Holy Light religion to mobilize the Bloodlust Holy Knights on a small scale. However, they only mobilized dozens or hundreds of people at a time. This kind of large-scale movement of thousands of people had never happened before. What exactly happened in the eastern region? General, in one night, we mobilized 20,000 troops and more than 5,000 professions. Isn't this action too hasty? In the middle of the army, 2 knights with particularly bright armor whispered to each other. One of them was the commander of this expeditionary force, one of the deputy heads of the Bloodlust Holy Knights. The other one was the deputy commander of this expedition. The Holy City has issued an urgent summon, requiring the knights to rush to Bretonia within 5 days at all costs and join forces with the local forces to besiege Dragon City. Therefore, even if it's hasty, there's nothing we can do. Local forces? A bunch of motley crew, it's already fortunate that they don't drag us down. I'm afraid we still have to make our move. Dragon City is a formidable enemy. Don't worry too much. Previously, Dragon City has experienced a holy war. More than half of the casualties are left, leaving only a group of defeated soldiers. Moreover, although those motley crew can't be controlled, they still have the numerical advantage. According to the information sent by the church can now mobilize nearly 100,000 professions. Although most of them are only low-level professions, when used correctly, they are still a force that can't be taken lightly. Unfortunately, the production of radiant archons can't keep up. Otherwise, if we use thousands of archons to control them and have them charge fearlessly, we won't even need to do anything. Don't think too much. When the time comes, we might have to rush to the forefront. However, if we're only facing a weary army, one attack should be able to destroy their front line. At that time, let those motley crew follow behind and wipe out the enemy. One battle can end the overall situation. However, 150 years ago, the Night King charged alone and beheaded the 8 great witch doctors and the savage overlord, leaving the enemy army without a leader. We must not repeat the same mistake. Rest assured, no one will be stupid enough to face the enemy head-on. The 2 commanders and deputy commanders talked while walking. During the march, they gradually outlined the next tactical framework. For the next war, they were full of confidence. Compared to the so-called Dragon City guards who had been castrated by Holy Light religion for 100 years in Bretonia, these warriors in the western border who had been honed in countless actual combat could probably fight against 10 enemies. 5 days later, the bloodlust Holy Knights crossed thousands of mountains and rivers at an incredible speed and appeared on the land of Bretonia. During the march, the Holy Knights could clearly feel the unusually oppressive atmosphere in the land of Bretonia, as if a storm was coming. The deputy commander of the Holy Knights pinched his nose and impatiently said, "There's a unique stench of lizards." Sure enough, in the face of disaster, the reaction of insects is the most sensitive. After this war, Bretonia must undergo a great purification, and I don't know how many people will die. The commander said, "It doesn't matter how many of these shallow heretics die. Holy Light religion has been here for more than 100 years, yet they haven't developed many devout believers, yet they still have to transfer people from other places to colonize. What a joke. I think this whole land has been polluted by heretical beliefs. Instead of developing believers here, it's better to turn it into a barren land, just like the wilderness." Unfortunately, Bretonia is located in the hinterland of the continent, so large-scale purification is not realistic. However, as long as the last resistance force is eliminated, although this land is vast, it would still be at the mercy of others. The commander nodded. "That's right, the purpose of our trip is also this. Look, not far ahead is Dragon City. But, why are there so many people outside the city?" The deputy commander of the Holy Knights, the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, was an advanced high-order profession with amazing eyesight. He could see the situation outside Dragon City from far away. This city that had just ended the Holy War was now tightly surrounded by hundreds of thousands of troops. Those troops came from hundreds of forces around Dragon City, each with different flags. Although the two sides did not fight each other, the atmosphere of the confrontation between the two armies was so oppressive that people could not breathe. The strength of the deputy commander was not much different, so he quickly saw the situation and could not help but laugh. These dogs are really diligent. In just 5 days, there are already so many people who responded to the call of Holy City to participate in the battle to destroy Dragon City. It seems like after 100 years, the influence of the Night King has completely disappeared. Of course it's impossible. If it weren't for the Night King haunting us, how could the faith of our Holy Light religion not be spread? It's just that, anyone with a brain should know what would happen if they follow an inexplicable little girl and become the enemy of Holy Light religion. As for survival, it's a biological instinct. The deputy commander said with a smile, "General is right. These hundreds of thousands of troops that gathered were not elite troops full of fighting spirit. They were just a group of jackals and wild dogs. These hundreds of thousands of people besieged the city but did not dare to launch an attack. They had to wait for the arrival of the bloodlust holy knights. In the eyes of the holy knight commander, such a motley army was like mud under the soles of his shoes. However, even though he despised them in his heart, after the war, these hundreds of thousands of people were still an indispensable help. In particular, among them, there were more than 100,000 people with professions. Although most of them were barely stuck on the edge of professions, with such a large number, if used properly, they could play a miraculous effect. According to the news from Holy City, among these hundreds of thousands of people, there were 3 leading forces. They were the 3 largest cities around Dragon City, and also the 3 cities where Holy Light religion has the strongest penetration. Now that they have received the edict from Holy Light religion, the 3 city masters personally led the army to fight. Similarly, according to the news from Holy City, as long as the Holy Knights pacified and controlled these 3 forces, the remaining hundreds of thousands of people would naturally respond to the call. When the Bloodlust Holy Knights approached Dragon City, there were indeed 3 teams from the army outside the city, which went to meet the Holy Knights. The number of people in the team was not large, but their momentum was obviously better than the surrounding motley army. Obviously, they were the personal guards of the city master. The commander and deputy commander of the Holy Knights looked at each other and helplessly smiled. Even if they looked down on them in their hearts, now that they wanted to borrow their strength, they had to give them face. Since the 3 city masters took the initiative to greet them, then the commander and deputy commander of the Holy Knights naturally had to come forward. For the sake of caution, the 2 of them took the most elite 50 people of the Holy Knights to leave the main force and stood on an open hilltop. The team of the 3 city masters took a detour and soon went up the hill. On the hilltop, the 2 commanders stood side by side on the left and right side. Their expressions were cold and solemn, which made them seem unusually difficult to get close to. As for the 3 city lords who came later, they all put on disgusting smiles. One of the city masters, whose status was obviously slightly higher than the other 2, was the first to open his mouth and say with a smile, "2 generals, we have been waiting for a long time." The city master was tall and sturdy, with a thick beard on his face and a mighty appearance. It was just that, the rigid smile on his face, which was obviously deliberately put on, made him look funny. To be able to see the 2 generals with my own eyes is really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. With that, he came forward and stretched out his arm, as if he wanted to shake hands with the Holy Knights. However, the commander of the Holy Knights was already extremely disgusted with these jackals and wild dogs. How could he be willing to shake hands with him? He laughed coldly, as if he did not see the flattering gesture of the other party. Against wild dogs, why was there a need to give so much face? Being willing to come out alone to meet him was already a gift from the Holy Light. For creatures like these who had been contaminated by the mixed blood, just surviving was an original sin. However, in the next moment, the rigid and dull smiling face suddenly flashed with a sharp gaze. And in his outstretched right hand, there was even a sharp weapon that slowly turned transparent and revealed its shape. In the next moment, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and then the whole world fell into darkness. At the same time, the Holy Knights present were horrified to see their commander's head fly high up into the air, their eyes still filled with disbelief. Chapter 323. The Bloodlust Holy Knights were the most powerful force in Holy Light religion. They have been guarding the savage frontier all year round, fighting against the wild beasts and barbarians in the wilderness all day long, honing their rich combat experience and ice-cold mind. For the Bloodlust Holy Knights, the battlefield was like an amusement park. Immersed in it, there would be no fear, no hesitation, only the desire for victory at all costs. This was an incredibly powerful fighting will army. They could be besieged by several times the number of enemies and fight to the last soldier. They could endure under extremely harsh conditions until the opportunity to fight came. They could withstand any difficult test. However, at this moment, the bloodlust holy knights fell into infinite shock and panic. Because right in front of them, the head of the commander of the expeditionary force flew high into the air. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. Everything seemed so incredible. He was the deputy leader of the bloodlust holy knights, a high-order profession. He once single-handedly destroyed a powerful tribe in the wilderness and tore tens of thousands of powerful barbarian warriors into minced meat. He also once beheaded a mountain-sized beast in the wilderness. He had a body of steel, so even a strand of his hair was indestructible. Because of this, he could stand out from the thousands of people and win the throne of the deputy leader of the bloodlust holy knights. He was appointed as the commander of the expeditionary force, responsible for the crusade to decide the fate of Bretonia. However, just a moment ago, he was still proudly waiting for the wild dogs to lick his boots. The next moment, his head was separated from his body, and he died with everlasting regret. The one who beheaded him was the leader of the 3 city lords who came to surrender. A moment ago, that city lord had a smile on his face, bent down and reached out his hand. The next moment, a heavy sword appeared in his hand. His hand moved like lightning, and he beheaded the head. It was so fast that no one could react. The head flew up, and the beheader's figure began to twist and change. The tall and sturdy warrior rapidly shrank, and the rock-like figure gradually turned into a gentle and charming woman. His thick beard and hair turned into soft and shiny golden hair, his pair of dark green eyes were without joy or sorrow, and the heavy sword in his hand flashed with dazzling light. No Bretonia person would mistake that heavy sword, and anyone who had prepared for the Bretonia campaign in advance would not mistake that cold face. The sword in the stone and its master, the new generation Night King Aya. Just as Aya resolutely beheaded the head, the 2 city lords next to her also made their move. One of them lifted the heavy cloak and hood with one hand, revealing a steel-like determined face. The other hand, like a spear, pierced the deputy commander's heart, and then the arm ignited with an inextinguishable flame, burning the corpse. The other city lord also changed his figure, from a tall and sturdy man, into a graceful girl. 12 rainbow lights flew out from the girl's sleeves and danced in the air, leaving trails of different colors. As they spun, they combined into gorgeous rainbow petals. In the blink of an eye, the elite holy knights on the hilltop were all killed by this deadly rainbow flower. These 2 people were the elite holy knights on peak. And these 2 were naturally beasts. The 2 were Saint Sword. Together with Aya, they pretended to be city lords who surrendered to the holy knights and lured out the commander and deputy commander of the holy knights. Then, with their full strength, they caught all the high-level people in one fell swoop. Together with Aya, they pretended to be the defecting city lord and lured the deputy commander of the Holy Knight Regiment out. Then, with their full strength, in the twinkling of an eye, these high-level holy knights were wiped out. Knights, charge with me! Outside Dragon City, hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices shook the sky. Hundreds of thousands of people, like a tsunami, followed Aya's sword in the stone. In the face of the surging army, especially the Night King who took the lead with her shining sword in the stone, the bloodthirsty holy knights were like a group of dragons without a leader. Their hearts were at a loss. When their eyes came into contact with the light of the sword in the stone, the knights in the front subconsciously retreated. This was perhaps the first time in a long time that the bloodthirsty holy knights were so strongly shaken. What exactly happened? How could the situation suddenly become like this? Without much time to think, the knights in the front row have officially confronted the enemy. In front of them, they held up their thick shields. The mysterious holy runes on the shields were as smooth as a mirror, and each shield was enough to withstand the impact of a furious giant elephant. And the rows of shields were connected, like a moving wall, indestructible. Even though they were like a group of dragons without a leader, the holy knights still played their due strength. Unfortunately, in front of the endless waves, a brief flash was meaningless. Not to mention that in front of the waves, there was an invincible sword. Ha! Along with a thunderous roar, Aya swung the sword in the stone with all her strength. The sword light pointed, and a crack that was more than 10 meters wide and dozens of miles long burst open. Like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, it instantly swallowed hundreds of bloodthirsty holy knights. The defensive formation that the holy knights hastily laid out was also gone. Knights, charge! The waves came, and the last reef was submerged in the darkness. Why did the rabble that gathered like wild dogs suddenly change sides and cooperate with Dragon City to fight against Holy Light religion? This matter could be traced back to 5 days ago. Dragon City had just ended the cruel Holy War, and the Night King made her first public speech, which was inspiring. That night, under the dim light of the night, the noise of Dragon City shook the sky. Outside the city, countless pairs of bewildered eyes stared at the slightly trembling city. The vigorous eruption of energy in the city was like a substance, making it difficult for people to look straight at it. At this time, even though everyone knew that the guards in Dragon City were just a tired army, unable to fight again, but no one dared to face the soaring momentum. Aya's speech in the city spread far outside the city. Everyone knew that 150 years ago, there was a monstrous and powerful savage overlord who tried to go head-to-head with the Night King. As a result, he became a stepping stone for the Night King to unify the country. Compared to the desolate wild lord, what were they? They could barely be regarded as the savage lord's pawn. It was not easy to take advantage of the Night King's descendant. At this time, provoking the opponent was simply courting death. However, could they just sit back and relax? The daughter of the Night King wanted to restore Bretonia and unify the whole country. As an independent force, they would inevitably be involved in this storm. However, in most people's hearts, they didn't have much rejection for this. Because compared to a fragmented and chaotic world, what was wrong with a unified country? At least, if the Night King was still in power, how could he allow Holy Light religion to abuse their power and exploit the people? Among the people present, there was no one who had not been oppressed by Holy Light religion. This organization, which loved to expand, implemented a colonial policy toward Bretonia. They transferred the resources of other cities to Bretonia, established their forces in the major cities, and then used various means to exclude the local rulers. Even Dragon City, an old and powerful city with the Knight of the Round Table, Bedivere, was suppressed by Holy Light religion to the point that it was difficult to breathe, not to mention the situation in other places. Unfortunately, since the disappearance of the Night King, no one has been able to lead the people to effectively resist Holy Light religion. The few who resisted were also annihilated at the first moment. Thus, people could only helplessly watch the country being torn apart and the people being oppressed by the Holy Light religion. Until this time, a ray of light appeared in front of people. Viscount Riddell, what do you think we should do next? Outside Dragon City, the chief magician of Blue Tile City asked. The great knight beside him helplessly shook his head. You ask me, but who should I ask? How could I, the son of the city lord, have the final say in such a big matter? The magician refused to let it go and asked, what do you think? The great knight was silent for a moment. Seeing that there was no one around, he felt a bit more at ease. Although the reputation of the magician in front of him was not very good, after getting along with him for half a day, he felt that the reputation might not necessarily be believed. Not to mention that Riddell City and Blue Tile City were far apart, and there was no conflict of interest between them, so there was no harm in speaking frankly. Personally speaking, I am a knight, and I believe in the Knight's Code. And the Night King, even though he has passed away, is still the Lord that I serve in my heart. Can you understand that? The magician sighed. Don't forget, I used to be a knight, so why can't I understand your idea? In this land, it's not easy to find a knight who doesn't believe in the Night King. So when I saw the sword in the stone reappear in the world and heard that lady's speech, I actually wanted to immediately fly there and follow her. Unfortunately, I can't do as I please. The magician said with a smile, "You're the son of the city master, so of course, you have more concerns than others. If it were me, I would have already run to pledge my allegiance. Unfortunately, I've become a magician, and my reputation is not good, so I probably won't be welcomed by the new Night King, ha ha ha." The Great Knight naturally wouldn't take the magician's words seriously, but he still said, "This new Night King's appearance is too sudden. In addition to her questionable identity, she, after all, lacks a foundation in Bretonia. She wants to restore her country and expel Holy Light religion, so she must borrow all the power that she can borrow. A high-order profession like you would certainly be a guest of honor." The magician said, "For an individual, it's not difficult to be a guest of honor, but what about a force?" The Great Knight's annoyance was pointed out, so he coldly humphed. However, at this time, a hearty voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. "Don't worry, we also have a special discount for group customers." "Who is it?" "Who?" The Great Knight and the magician were startled. They have been watching the development of the battle outside Dragon City for a whole day. During this period, they deliberately chose a secluded corner to stay, so as to avoid being disturbed. Unexpectedly, they were unknowingly approached by a stranger from behind. The two of them turned around at the same time and activated all kinds of protective means. However, when they turned around, they saw a gentle smiling face without any hostility. "Do you two know something about Dragon City?" Chapter 324. Many things, after the truth was revealed, were actually very simple. The reason why Holy Light religion was attacked was because someone was one step ahead of them, who instigated all of Holy Light religion's lackeys to rebel. This was something that no one could have predicted. In the strategic layout of Holy Light religion, these miscellaneous troops, which they regarded as ants, actually played an important role, to share the damage and reduce the loss for the Bloodlust Holy Knights. The Bloodlust Holy Knights were the foundation of Holy Light religion, so the loss of one of them was heartache. In order to let the miscellaneous troops of Bretonia keep up with the action and act as cannon fodder, Holy Light religion's action was quite fast. Early the next morning, they contacted the leaders of the several core forces and used various means to tie them to the church's chariot. Then they gradually spread to the periphery, and in just 3 days, they contacted and gathered hundreds of thousands of troops. This high efficiency was rare even within the church. However, someone's action was much faster than the church's elites. That night, he began to act. In his words, "In this turbulent time, we should dig people as early as possible." In fact, everyone understood this truth. The decision of the future of Bretonia was largely those miscellaneous forces that occupied various regions. To win their support, one could even think with one's knee. However, no matter how fast the church's action was, it was, after all, an organizational action. The specific implementation had to go through a series of procedures. However, as long as Wang Lu thought about it, who could restrain him? The degree of freedom of action was completely not on the same level. Of course, just seizing the initiative was not enough. Compared to the number one church in the continent, Aya and Dragon City, no matter how one looked at it, were somewhat unstable and not worth relying on. Empty words, why should people accompany you to take the risk? For this problem, even Aya didn't have a mature plan. What she could do was to show her enthusiasm, hoping to arouse the resonance in the blood of the people of Bretonia. To a certain extent, she did a good job. After listening to Aya's speech, almost everyone's heart palpitated for a moment. However, this was, of course, not enough. To be the leader of a force, they couldn't be emotional. They were best at balancing the advantages and disadvantages of the situation. However, for Wang Lu, the solution to this problem was too simple. Isn't the key to poaching people from the opponent the premium? No one would not be tempted by the offer from Holy Light religion. Take Wang Lu's first poaching as an example. After Wang Lu's frank appearance, it immediately aroused the other party's vigilance, because his smiling face was not unfamiliar to anyone. In the fight during the day, Wang Lu single-handedly blocked Faceless One and successfully forced him to retreat, showing his unfathomable strength. Most importantly, after Faceless One was killed, Wang Lu soared into the sky, and under the watchful eyes of millions of people, he reached out and hugged Aya, showing an extremely intimate relationship. Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you too. Wang Lu shrugged and said, in fact, I'm here as a lobbyist. Lobbyist? To persuade you to join the new Night King. Just now, Her Majesty Night King spoke so loudly that you must have heard it. She wants to rebuild the country and restore the unity. However, right now, there are still many things to be done, and the opponent is a behemoth like Holy Light religion. Therefore, we urgently need all forces to join us. For this reason, we have offered very favorable conditions. It can be said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing Wang Lu's straightforward statement, the Great Knight and the magician looked at each other. They didn't hurry to inquire about the other party's conditions, but instead asked, "Who are you exactly? The identity is uncertain, what's the use of your extravagant bragging?" Wang Lu said, "Me. You can think of me as the Night King's agent. Unless she explicitly objects, my words have the same effect as hers." Same effect? The two were surprised. What exactly is this guy's background? With the Night King's pride, how could she easily let others speak for her? Wang Lu smiled and said, "Because we're a family, why should there be a difference?" A family? The Great Knight and the magician's eyes widened. Just now, the majestic new Night King actually. However, considering what they saw with their own eyes, the intimacy between Wang Lu and Aya, these words did have some weight. Seeing that they were somewhat in disbelief, Wang Lu took out a few crystal-clear chips. 9-region specialty, crystal recording, can record images. The key point is that the recorded content can't be fabricated or tampered with. You guys are knowledgeable, so you should know about this. Both of them nodded. Then Wang Lu extracted the image from the chip. Suddenly, the two of them were shocked and staggered back. In the chip, Aya was wearing a plain dress and cooking hard in front of a stove. Also, she was lying on the dining table, taking a nap, looking at ease, seemingly defenseless against her surroundings. The last one, which was also the most powerful one, was Aya carefully feeding chicken soup to Wang Lu with a spoon, looking very affectionate. Naturally, they couldn't guess that these were the props that Wang Lu deliberately took on the Spirit Sword Mountain in case he needed them in the future. The last one was actually Wang Lu cooperating with Aya to develop a new dish. However, for those who didn't know the inside story, the deterrent was unparalleled. Seeing the two stunned, Wang Lu smiled and said, "The life of the new Night King, is that enough to explain the problem? Very well, let's believe your identity. So, what does the Night King want us to do?" The Great Knight asked seriously, "Pledge allegiance and surrender?" Pledge allegiance and surrender? The Night King has never pursued those things. Don't forget, the Knights of the Round Table, which symbolizes equality and freedom, is the invention of the Night King. Wang Lu shook his head. What the Night King wants is a unified and powerful Bretonia, not a high and mighty throne that suppresses the entire land. What she needs is an alliance of all forces to join, to get along with each other equally and to fight against the foreign enemy. An alliance of equals, where there is no distinction between superior and inferior? Wang Lu said, "It's similar to the eastern city-states. The alliance forces form a council to command the overall situation. The forces send representatives as members to discuss and decide major strategic decisions. Each city has a high degree of autonomy. There is no absolute ruler in the alliance, and the interests of all parties will be fully respected. For you, this should be an extremely generous condition, right? Of course. The magician's voice trembled slightly. But, why? Why ask when you already know the answer? Of course, it's because your value is now at its highest. Wang Lu was very calm. Whether it's the Night King or the Holy Light religion, they all need to win your support. For this reason, the Night King is willing to show her generosity. Of course, don't think that we lack confidence. Don't forget, the Night King has the sword in the stone, the proof of the King of Bretonia, and also the invincible blessed weapon. More than 100 years ago, the Night King, with the sword in the stone, created a miracle. I don't think I need to repeat it. Compared to the difficulties that the previous king once encountered, the current situation is actually nothing. That's true. Seeing that the two of them were somewhat moved, Wang Lu immediately said, by the way, the Night King has reached an agreement with the 9 regions Wuxia League. You should know about what happened in the East recently. 9 regions Wuxia League? That's not surprising. The exchanges between the East and the West continent are getting more and more frequent, so the Wuxia League also needs to win allies in this continent. In fact, as the representative of the Wuxia League, I was sent to the Night King to help her rebuild her motherland. So that's how it is. In addition, we have the support of the Meteorite Mercenary Corps, Wild Goose Falling City, Silverstone Fortress, and other forces. Coupled with the available soldiers of Dragon City Guards, our forces have begun to take shape. Is that true? The Great Knight's eyes shone and his voice trembled. It was not until this time that he really felt shocked. The Meteorite Mercenary Corps, Wild Goose Falling City, and Silverstone Fortress were all first-class forces in Bretonia. But now, they have actually joined the Dragon City Alliance? If you don't believe me, you can ask them. In short, it's the same sentence, this opportunity doesn't come again. After a moment of silence, the Great Knight's eyes lit up and he said in a sinking voice, if Her Majesty the Night King really thinks so, then I can promise on behalf of Riddle City that we are willing to join the alliance. I hope we can work together to build a beautiful and powerful country. After a long time, the magician also nodded. Then, I will also overstep a bit and make a promise on behalf of Blue Tile City. After seeing your sincerity, we will not let Her Majesty the Night King down. Wang Lu said with a smile, very well, the specific matter, please immediately report back to the city master. By the way, Holy Light Religion still doesn't know that we have developed an alliance, so when the time comes, I hope that you will cooperate with us. A moment later, in another camp on the outskirts of Dragon City, the tent of the Meteorite Mercenary Corps' leader welcomed an uninvited guest. Sir Leader, do you want to know about Dragon City? Yes, Riddle City and Blue Tile City have joined the alliance. Now, we are waiting for you. At present, Holy Light Religion still doesn't know about this, so later, we will need your cooperation. A moment later, the leader of the Silverstone Fortress, General Vaca, also heard similar words. Sir General, do you want to know about Dragon City? Yes, the Meteorite Mercenary Corps, Riddle City, and Blue Tile City have joined the alliance. Now, we are waiting for you. Yes, we will need your cooperation. Holy Light Religion still doesn't know about our conversation. On the same night, similar scenes happened many times. Wang Lu spared no effort and talked all night with more than 50 forces outside the city. With generous conditions, he won over a large number of independent forces to join the alliance. 5 days later, the Bloodlust Holy Knight Regiment smugly appeared outside Dragon City. They didn't know that the wild dogs that surrendered have become hungry wolves with hidden claws. And they themselves would be buried in the wolf's belly. How could a country without a supreme leader be called a country? What was the difference between a loosely structured federation and a divided regime fighting for itself? Then what was the point of her painstakingly, no, all of them painstakingly doing? In this regard, Wang Lu did not argue too much. Trust me. Trust you? Believe that I won't harm you. Believe that I will always be invincible. But... Aya was about to say something, but Wang Lu gently pressed her lips. Trust me. Aya was silent for a long time. Finally, she did not say another word. Her dark green eyes were gradually filled with determination and trust. Yes, I believe in you. I bet my motherland to believe in you. And the result of that moment of trust was the helplessness at the celebration banquet. The celebratory atmosphere around her could not arouse her sympathy, because Aya knew that after tonight's banquet was over, Dragon City would become the arena of power for the dignitaries in the entire Bretonia. Just imagining that scene was enough to give people a headache. Wang Lu, I can really believe in you, right? Closing her eyes, Aya drank the wine in her cup in one gulp and excluded all the noise around her ears from her mind. Tonight was the night of victory, so for the time being, she did not want to think about so many annoying things. It was just that, why did she always feel that she had forgotten something important? At the same time, in Dragon City, although there were traces of war everywhere, the festive atmosphere was still overflowing. Most of the shops in the commercial street had reopened, heartily welcoming the hundreds of thousands of troops who returned triumphantly. Luli happily and jubilantly walked on the street that had just been cleaned. Her hands were full of barbecue skewers, and the aroma of the meat was overwhelming. Of course, no matter how slender her fingers were, the number of skewers that she could hold was limited. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to use her flying sword magical power to float hundreds of skewers in midair like flying swords. When she was happy, she would randomly pick one and take a bite. Dragon City's food and beverage industry in Bretonia could be considered as an anomaly. It brought together gourmets from all over the Western continent, who, with their unique craftsmanship from their hometown, rescued Dragon City from the despair of food. Of course, the price had always been high. However, today was the night of victory, and Luli, as a great contributor to the victory, almost everywhere she went was free. Not to mention that Wang Lu had deliberately stuffed her full of money and told her that she must eat until she was satisfied. Luli felt that her several months of hard work in the Western continent had, at this moment, gotten the biggest reward. However, after eating barbecue for a long time, her mouth was somewhat greasy. Therefore, Luli wanted to fly to the air to find a cold drink shop. The cold drink is on the left corner of the alley. A gentle voice came into her ear. Luli looked over and sure enough, she saw a clear cold drink in an inconspicuous small shop. Thank you. Luli swallowed a large piece of fat and was ready to buy the cold drink. However, when she turned around, she found out that the person who kindly reminded her was holding a cup of emerald-colored drink and handing it to her. That person seemed to be about 35 or 36 years old, dressed in a magician's robe, looking elegant and friendly. It's my treat. Luli firmly shook her head. Senior brother said, I can't eat food from strangers. The magician said with a smile, if you buy food from the shop, do you know the shop owner? Luli was immediately stunned. Yes. Then she reluctantly let go of her hand and let the skewers float around her. However, she didn't dare to take another bite. You don't have to be so dogmatic. Moreover, we've actually met before. The magician laughed in spite of himself and then said, in the previous battle, you saved my life. At that time, in the melee, I was approached by a dark holy knight. Seeing that I was at my wit's end, you used a flying sword to kill him, and I was thus saved. Therefore, just now, I wanted to thank you for your life-saving grace. However, you probably don't remember a small fry like me, right? Who knew that? Luli seriously said, I remember, at that time, you were casting the thundercloud spell. The magician was pleasantly surprised. You actually remember. Hee hee, my memory has always been very good. Luli was very happy. In that case, we're not strangers anymore, the magician said and then handed the drink in his hand forward. It's my treat. Luli thought for a moment. Indeed, if we're not strangers, then there should be no problem. Then she took the drink and drank half of it in one gulp. By the way, what's your name? I'm just a nobody, the magician said, looked around, and then changed the topic. Is your senior brother not here? Luli didn't care whether the other party introduced himself or not. She just said, senior brother is busy with important things in the city master's mansion. The magician shook his head. Celebration night, what could be more important than accompanying the hero? You're one of the biggest contributors to the victory of the war, how could he leave you alone? Luli somewhat didn't understand. I don't know. Senior brother always has his reasons for doing things. Alas, your senior brother doesn't care about you at all. Of course not, senior brother has always been very good to me. Luli sweetly smiled. Accompany me to practice swordsmanship, cook for me, feed me snacks, and almost never scold me loudly. Is that so? The magician was a bit surprised. He looked at Luli seriously and said, do you like your senior brother? Luli frankly replied, very much. Ha ha ha, few people in 9 regions are as straightforward as you. But, since you like him, why don't you strive for him? Luli curiously asked, strive for what? If you like a person, you should strive for the other party's love. Luli explained, but senior brother already likes me very much. Although he didn't say it, I can feel it. The magician said, if he likes you, how could he let you stay here alone while he accompanied the Night King to drink and have fun? Obviously, he likes the Night King more than you. Luli gawked for a moment. Yes. Aren't you going to do something? Do something? Luli was puzzled. Why? Because only if you do more and better, senior brother will like you more and dote on you more. Don't you want that? Luli somewhat hesitated. But, I don't know how to do it. Previously, senior brother always told me to do it. That's why senior brother doesn't like you the most. You have to learn to take the initiative. The magician earnestly said, if you wait for senior brother to tell you to do everything, his liking for you will be limited. Luli somewhat helplessly said, but I don't know what to do. With the degree of intimacy between the two of you, a small fight won't have any effect. If you want to do it, you have to do it big. The magician said, since ancient times, nothing can move people's hearts and make them remember for a lifetime than the word sacrifice. Sacrifice? Luli tilted her head and listened carefully. For example, if both of you are poisoned and there is only one antidote, then, Luli said with a smile, of course it's me who will eat it. Senior brother's non-phase method is immune to all poisons, nothing will happen to him. The magician was silent for a long time and then said, then if we encounter a strong enemy, senior brother will carry it in front of us. Wrong. The magician hated iron for not becoming steel. Do you think your senior brother's defense is powerful and omnipotent? In this world, there will always be enemies that he can't beat, there will always be heavy pressure that he can't bear. When the time comes, do you still want him to carry it in front of you? Do you still want to safely hide behind your senior brother and let him bleed and sacrifice for you? Then what should I do? The magician coldly said, when it's necessary, you should be the one to carry it in front of him and sacrifice yourself to fight for the chance to survive for senior brother. Sacrifice myself. Luli was somewhat confused, but also somewhat enlightened. Her expression gradually turned blank. If you really like senior brother, you should have the awareness to sacrifice yourself for him. The magician said, only in that way can you be qualified to be senior brother's favorite woman. Is that so? Luli asked in a perplexed manner, but, senior brother rarely let us fall into such a dangerous situation. If there's difficulty, you have to go. If there's no difficulty, then create the difficulty, you have to go. The magician lightly said, there are so many powerful enemies on the continent, do you want your senior brother to provoke them? Since your purpose is to sacrifice yourself, then you should take the initiative to create such an opportunity. Lu Li was confused. Sorry, I don't quite understand. I'd better ask senior brother. Wait a minute. The magician stopped her. This kind of thing, if you and senior brother discussed it in advance, how could there be a surprise? The reason why he doesn't like you the most is because you rely on him for everything, like a child who can't grow up. Upon hearing this, Lu Li was a bit sad. Very well, I won't say it. About today's matter, you go back and think about it. But, there's no need to tell your senior brother about the matter of meeting me. Trivial things are not worth mentioning. Your senior brother has a lot of things to do, if you bother him with these things, even if he doesn't say it, his heart will hate you. Lu Li let out an "oh" sound, but she has already bowed her head, no longer in the mood to say anything. The magician smiled. Well, today, I can talk so much with my savior, even if I die, I have no regrets. So, goodbye, Lu Li. With that, he turned around and left, no longer bothering Lu Li. His figure soon disappeared in the vast sea of people. Completely disappeared, as if he had never existed. Chapter 326. After the end of the banquet that lasted until early in the morning, Aya groggily returned to her bedroom, which was actually the bedroom of the city master's mansion. She had the body of the brave departed, and as one of the most powerful knight profession in the continent, her physique was so powerful that it was even superior to that of the wild beasts. Naturally, her alcohol tolerance was also bottomless. But she was still drunk. At the banquet, Bedivere unexpectedly took out the secret wine of the dragon clan. 1 cup was diluted into 1 barrel, which made all the heroes in the hall fall to the ground. Aya drank the rest of the barrel by herself, and suddenly felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she found that the luxurious ceiling of the city master's mansion was no longer in front of her, but an endless deep darkness. Good morning, Aya. Wang Lu's gentle greeting, at this time, sounded faintly dull. Where is this? Aya shook her dizzy head and then struggled to prop herself up, trying to observe the situation around her. However, her hands softened and she almost fell back down. Wang Lu reached out his hand to pull Aya up and then shook his head. Alas, look at you, you're a complete mess. Not only are you delirious, even your hair is messed up. Let me help you pull out this strand of hair. Aya peevishly swatted away Wang Lu's hand, and then her eyes swept around. Her somewhat blurred eyes suddenly turned sharp. Is this the king's treasure house? Wang Lu said, finally, you haven't forgotten. Although we've won against Holy Light Religion, we're not free yet. The main task has not been completed, it's just that our side task is a bit too far. Aya was silent for a moment. What about the others? Are they all here? Of course. The price for the group transmission is very high, how could we not gather all of them? Aya narrowed her eyes and sure enough, in the darkness, she saw the figures of Lu Li, Bai Shixian, and Quan Zhouhua. What the hell is going on? Wang Lu said, 999 blood roses have been collected. After the 2 wars, we've collected more than 1,500 bodies of middle-order professions of Holy Light Religion. Aya said, I know, but I remember Golden King once said that after we return to Taba City, we can only enter the treasure house through any entrance. So, I never thought I would come back here so soon. While speaking, Aya's eyes gradually became sharp. Wang Lu, I'm willing to believe you, but please give me an explanation. Why? It could be said that the timing for Wang Lu to pull Aya back to the treasure house was indeed inappropriate. Because after experiencing the war that determined the future of Bretonia, Aya wanted to take this opportunity to comprehensively strengthen her authority, as much as possible to make up for the side effect of Wang Lu's previous headhunting at a premium price. Although Wang Lu's promise was not Aya's original intention, Aya would not blatantly break the promise. In her opinion, even in a federal country, she could still have authority over anyone, as long as she operated properly during this period of time. Unfortunately, in this best period of time, she was caught by Wang Lu in the treasure house and missed the opportunity. And with Aya's understanding of Wang Lu, it was hard to imagine that he was careless. The reason? Seeing that Aya seriously asked, or rather questioned, Wang Lu could only earnestly reply, "I really don't want you to repeat the same mistake, that's all." Repeat the same mistake? Haven't you learned your lesson from the failure of more than 100 years ago? Aya sighed. That's not the same. Yes, at that time, your situation was actually better than now. Holy Light religion didn't regard you as a thorn in their side, and Bretonia wasn't castrated by Holy Light religion for more than 100 years. At that time, your strength was at its peak. But you failed. Your loyal Knights of the Round Table were torn apart, your trusted subjects left you, and the knights who were once like brothers turned their swords against each other, blood flowed like a river. And now, the situation is even more difficult than that time. What's wrong with me worrying that you will repeat the same mistake? Your worry is unnecessary, I will not make the same mistake. Aya said, besides, would taking me away from Dragon City improve the situation? A group of dragons without a leader will only become more chaotic. You don't have to worry about Dragon City. I left behind a sufficient backup plan before I came here. Moreover, for the current situation, if we make progress in the king's treasure house as soon as possible, we can take drastic measures against Holy Light religion, which can better contain them, making them have no time to take care of Bretonia. At least, we have the bargaining chip. Aya calmly thought for a moment and then accepted Wang Lu's explanation. Right now, the king's treasure house was the most important strategic location of Holy Light religion, and its status was much higher than that of Bretonia. Once there was instability here, Holy Light religion would not hesitate to calm the situation, which could indeed play a containment effect. However, she still couldn't let go of the previous question, what did he mean by repeating the same mistake? Wang Lu said, as for your so-called won't make a mistake, you haven't even realized where exactly did you go wrong, so how can you have the confidence to say that you won't make a mistake? Of course I know. Aya's voice gradually rose. For the past 100 years, I have been reflecting on myself all the time. I am very clear that as a king, I still have too many shortcomings. Therefore, this time, I will be more cautious and more humble to lead my people to victory. I will absolutely not fail again. Ridiculous. Wang Lu was unprecedentedly mean. Let me put it this way, based on your current awareness, you will definitely fail again. Because you don't understand what qualities a real leader should have. Do you think that by piling up your personal attributes to infinitely high, you can be a qualified king? That's a joke. Speaking to this, seeing Aya's angry face, Wang Lu explained, apart from the difference in ability, just in terms of personal charisma, between you and me, who do you think is more suitable to be a king? Aya frowned, seemingly finding it difficult to understand. How could you ask such a stupid question? Aya, you feel too good about yourself. In fact, it's your so-called personal charisma that determines that you are doomed to not be a qualified king, because... Shut up, bastard, you're too noisy. Just as Wang Lu was ready to seriously popularize Aya's success theory, Golden King's voice faintly sounded from the vast darkness. Golden King? Aya promptly put down the topic and began to take the master of the treasure house seriously. It's you? Of course it's him. Otherwise, how could we cross thousands of mountains and rivers in one night to come to the treasure house of Taba City? Now that Holy Light religion and the eastern city-states are engaged in a fierce battle, the city has been under high martial law, so normal methods can't get through. However, we have a back door specially opened by the master of the treasure house. Wang Lu promptly explained, 999 human blood roses can perfectly pass the 5th level and get the highest reward of this level. But if you collect more, you can also get another reward. Being able to teleport us from tens of thousands of miles away to here is the content of the additional reward. Golden King coldly snorted. In just a few months, you can actually collect 1,500 human blood roses. You bastards are unexpectedly capable. Golden King, in his usual sarcastic tone, gave a rare relatively positive evaluation. However, the real challenge begins now, so there's no time to listen to you discuss the ridiculous way of the king. A group of lowly bastards don't need to expect to reach the realm of the king. Just do what you should do, bastards, don't let me down. With that, Golden King's voice gradually faded away. Obviously, he could not appear in front of them for a long time. Well, time is limited, so I'll simply talk about the current situation. After Golden King left, Wang Lu clapped his hands to attract the attention of the others. Thanks to the back door opened by Golden King, we have completed the other party's difficult conditions and have the qualification to pass the 5th level. But as long as we are still deliberately targeted by the administrator, it's only a matter of time before we are trapped to death. Golden King can't possibly open the back door for us every time, so from now on, we have to fight back. We can't passively wait for the other party to make their move. What do you want to do? Aya asked. It's very simple, we'll start with the reward. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, if the other party sets an impossible condition, we must prepare an impossible reward. With that, Wang Lu raised his right hand, and a gorgeous rain of flowers scattered all over the sky. Administrator. 999 roses have been collected. Now, it's time for you to redeem your reward. With a roar, Wang Lu broke the illusion that he had previously set up here. Fortunately, the illusion could only be seen from the outside, otherwise, if Aya saw it, she would definitely cause trouble. Shortly after the illusion was broken, the administrator's voice rang in the depths of the endless darkness. It's you? How is that possible? The always calm voice could not help but reveal a bit of shock. A moment later, a vague face composed of black mist slowly emerged. So it's you. After a close observation, the administrator finally recognized the identity of Wang Lu and his team. The ones who stirred up trouble in Bretonia are actually you. How did you leave the king's treasure house? Even if you have a space-type prop, to get out of the shackles of this artifact space. Could it be that the soul of the dead is helping you? After all, the administrator had been in control of the treasure house for 80 years and was very familiar with the treasure house. Thus, he quickly speculated the truth. However, after knowing the truth, he fell into great fear. If it was that haunting shadow, then... No, calm down first, things might not be that bad. The administrator calmed down and lightly said, You just said you want to redeem the reward? That's fine. Congratulations, according to the rules of the treasure house, even if it's a divine tool, I can give it to you. Don't you 9 regions people come here to find divine tools? Then. Wang Lu sneered and interrupted, Have you ever heard of a fable from 9 regions? A farmer met an immortal. The immortal had the golden touch technique. With a touch of his finger, he could turn stone into gold. The immortal asked the farmer what he wanted. The farmer didn't want a mountain of gold and silver, nor did he want immortality. He just wanted his finger that could turn stone into gold. In the same way, I don't need your rare treasures, divine tools, or immortal pets. I just want a fair competition qualification. I want to compete with you for the position of administrator. The administrator was greatly shocked and roared, What a joke! In your dreams. Greedy yellow-skinned bastards, you can't get anything. Really? Wang Lu said with a smile, If you have the ability, then show me. Let us get nothing and get out of the treasure house with our tails between our legs. But can you do it? I have collected all 999 human blood roses. If you have the ability, then trample on the rules of the treasure house and swallow the reward in front of me. Can you do it? Show me. The administrator was silent. As Wang Lu said, he really couldn't do it. He couldn't even extract the divine tool from the treasure house to reward Wang Lu. He was the administrator, but he didn't have full access to the treasure house. When it came to divine tools, he was powerless. Therefore, at this time, he was in a difficult position. Can't do it? Then, according to the rules, when you give the task but can't fulfill the reward, what is it? It's malfeasance. As the administrator of the Golden King, it's difficult for you to even perform the basic duties. What face do you have to steal the position of administrator? If you don't step down now, when will you? Enough! The administrator roared, "You want a fair competition? Fine, I'll compete for you." While speaking, the dark space was lit up by a ray of light. The flower rain that Wang Lu sprinkled before was guided by this light, forming a bright road that went straight forward without an end. This is the road to the administrator. If you have the guts, come here. Chapter 327. Along the shining road that runs through the 5th floor, after no one knows how long, the space in front of them changed, and an unusually magnificent white-gray stone gate appeared in front of them. Aya asked in surprise, "What is this place?" Wang Lu was also stunned for a moment. He looked around and saw a group of people standing on a floating island. Behind them was the endless sea of clouds, and in front of them was the stone gate. In short, it's not the 6th floor of the king's treasure house. Unfortunately, the person who knows the situation the most doesn't come forward to explain, so everything can only be based on pure speculation. As soon as Wang Lu's voice fell, the stone gate in front of them suddenly buzzed and vibrated. Its rough surface twisted like water ripples, vaguely showing a human face, and then issued a dull, heart-shaking voice. "No need to guess, this is the Golden King's championship trial." Golden King's championship trial? It should be the written interview for the administrator position. Wang Lu frowned. "Are you the person in charge?" "Person in charge? No, there's no one in charge here." The stone gate spoke with a rumbling voice, its expression and tone revealing a bit of sadness. "I'm just an ordinary stone gate. How much do you know about the championship trial? This is a road that only extraordinary brave people can embark on." Wang Lu nodded. "That is, only by achieving a score that far exceeds the standard value in a certain floor of the king's treasure house can they have the opportunity to enter the championship trial, which is a random hidden instance. This road of trial is very long, but the further you go, the more you will get." The last person who opened the road of trial stopped at the 5th level and got the favor of the king. The favor of the king? Golden King is really blind to lead the wolf into the house. But in other words, as long as I can reach the 6th level, Holy Light Religion can say goodbye to the king's treasure house. There's no one in charge of this road of trial. Only the stone gates that guard each level are still silently waiting. If you meet their conditions, you can enter the next level. However, I haven't been in contact with the last few stone gates for a long time, so I don't know if there are any new changes. So that's how it is. Wang Lu pondered for a moment and did not continue to ask. Instead, he went straight to the point. "As the guardian of the 1st level, what do you want?" The stone gate replied, "A long, long time ago, I accidentally lost one of the king's treasures. As a result, I was punished by the king and became the guardian of this place until today. If you can help me find that treasure, I will be very grateful to you." When Wang Lu heard this, he didn't immediately ask about the treasure. Instead, he asked curiously, what about the last challenger? What mission did you give him? It's the same mission as yours. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to find the treasure. The stone door said, however, he found some important clues. Then, as a compromise, I can allow him to pass this stage if he pays a sufficient price. Wang Lu said, then, is it convenient for you to tell me those clues? The stone gate replied, unfortunately, I can't do that. Moreover, if you submit a clue that he has already submitted, it will be invalid. Understood? Wang Lu nodded and understood. In other words, when it's my turn, I can only pass if I find the treasure itself? Alright, then tell me, what exactly is that treasure? The stone gate's voice was full of vicissitudes. That is a wine cup that the king likes very much. Although it's made of ordinary materials, only high-quality gold of blessing, it was personally made by the most famous jewelry grandmaster in the kingdom in a month. The craftsmanship is superb, and it was blessed with a beautiful blessing. Specifically, this is what it looks like. As he spoke, a cloud of mist slowly condensed into the shape of a wine cup in front of the stone gate. It had a golden luster. That wine cup was indeed made by a grandmaster. Its design and decorations were indeed superb. Oh, what a beautiful wine cup! Wang Lu couldn't help but praise. No wonder you became so miserable after losing it. The stone gate didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in Wang Lu's words and also sighed. That's right. Among the 103 wine cups that the king likes the most, it ranks in the top 20. I deserve to die 10,000 times for losing it. Alright, then please help me find it. I remember that I lost it near the Ice Thorns Highland. But after such a long time, it will definitely be picked up by someone and continue to circulate on the continent. I will open a portal to the Ice Thorns Highland for you. You can start to collect clues from there. When you find the wine cup, break this crystal and you will be teleported back. As he spoke, a purple crystal fell from the stone gate, and the light of a portal lit up beside it. Alright, I've said what I need to say. I wish you good luck. I haven't talked to anyone for a long time, I'm so tired. With that, the stone gate fell into a deep sleep, and the ripple-like face disappeared behind the rock. Wang Lu, what do we do? The group stood next to the portal, waiting for the leader Wang Lu's instructions. Wang Lu held the transmission crystal in his hand and remained silent. Aya said, it's like they're deliberately making things difficult for us. How could we find the wine cup that has been lost for thousands of years? The Holy Light religion force is spread all over the continent, and they have a large number of people, yet they still couldn't find the real thing, only a clue. It's very likely that the real thing has been destroyed. After all, it's not a precious weapon or equipment, it's just a wine cup. I have seen a lot of things, but I've never even heard of it. It doesn't matter, I have a way. Have you forgotten that I'm the lead disciple of Spirit Sword Mountain? Wang Lu said and confidently patted his chest. And on that mountain, there's a treasure-hunting famous 8th Elder. That's not worth showing off at all. Ha ha ha, even if the 8th Elder is unreliable, don't we still have the best sense of smell in the world, the most suitable spirit dog for finding things? Wang Lu said and then stretched out his hand, but not to the model dog. Instead, he patted Bai Shishuan's head. Spirit Platform Immortal Beast, Bai Shixian. The always indifferent little Bai suddenly blushed. You! Senior brother, don't tease me. Aya was both annoyed and amused as she patted away Wang Lu's hand that was on little Bai's head. Don't bully an honest person. Moreover, even if we ask Huahua to help, we haven't even seen the real wine cup, so no matter how sensitive our sense of smell is, it can't help us. In short, you can rest assured that I have a well-thought-out plan for this. With that, Wang Lu pulled the several people's hands and walked into the transmission array. The array flickered, and their figures disappeared from the floating island. At the same time, deep in the king's treasure house, the Holy One who was the administrator of the Holy Light religion issued a disdainful sneer. In front of him, a clear mirror reflected the scene on the floating island. Although he couldn't see the scene after leaving the transmission array, he heard the dialogue between Wang Lu and the stone gate word for word. Well thought out plan? What a joke! The administrator muttered to himself. In the past, the church mobilized the power of the entire church and mobilized hundreds of millions of believers to collect information, but in the end, they could only conclude that the wine cup came from the Ice Thorns Plateau, appeared in more than 30 countries in the continent, had experienced hundreds of masters, and finally disappeared 2,000 years ago. There was no news of it, and it was likely destroyed. Even the Prophet Holy One couldn't determine its location, so how could you yellow-skinned bastards think you can find it? Moreover, since we know that you are in the Ice Thorns Plateau, then your next stop is obvious. I have no interest in watching you play this game of treasure hunting. A group of people dare to leave Dragon City, leave the king's treasure house, you are seeking death. With a sneer, the Holy One clenched his fist, and the luxurious armrest of the chair cracked into pieces. It's so cold. Walking out of the transmission array, the cold wind howled and snow filled the sky. The goose feather-like snowflakes danced in the wind, and the tiny ice dregs were like daggers. And in the wind and snow, the bone-chilling cold unexpectedly made this group of experts with the same cultivation base as King Pill somewhat unbearable. Lu Li's physique was relatively delicate, so she couldn't help but shiver. She hastily summoned her fire element flying sword and poured her pure magical power into it, igniting it for warmth. However, the always sharp flame was now on the verge of collapse. As the spirit of heaven and earth, Bai Shixian was best at changing the environment, but at this time, she was somewhat at a loss. The Ice Thorns Plateau is a cursed land. Aya's voice was somewhat erratic due to the strong wind. In the Golden King's era, this place was still prosperous. But later, after several wars, a legendary level Ice Queen fell here. Her curse has been left to this day, making the plateau no longer suitable for living creatures to live. The resentful spirits that were killed by the curse are entrenched here, adding to the gloominess of this place. Even if the wine cup is really left here, we can't just look for it in this cold wind. Let's leave first. There is a human city on the edge of the plateau, so we can take a rest there. After all, this group of people had formidable strength. Although they were slightly uncomfortable in this extremely harsh environment, it was not strenuous for them to break through the wind. Following the direction pointed by Aya, Wang Lu took the lead. His non-phase sword defense isolated all the wind and snow outside. The rest of them followed closely behind him. In just half a day, they flew away from the plateau and arrived at a bustling border town, Asgard. Although the city was small, it had everything. Moreover, it was bustling with people and was thriving. Although the Ice Thorns Plateau was a cursed land, as the saying goes, riches and honor come from danger. The plateau country that was suddenly destroyed because of the curse buried endless treasures in the snowfield. Moreover, under the extreme conditions of the plateau, after thousands of years of gestation, many heavenly treasures were formed. Therefore, it was highly respected by the adventurers. Many people were willing to go to the plateau to explore for treasures, and many of them had quite a lot of harvest. Located in the safe zone closest to the plateau, Asgard, as a transportation hub, was naturally prosperous. It's simply a paradise for adventurers. There are even a lot of high-order professions here. After entering the city, as far as Wang Lu could see, most of the people were adventurers. On the contrary, local people were rare. Most of the places in the city were inns, pubs, as well as equipment and prop shops. Aya said, "I suggest that we start with the local church. The church here is the traditional ancient church that believes in the ice goddess. It has a very long history. If there is any important information in the plateau in the past 10,000 years, they generally know about it. That wine cup has been wandering for thousands of years, but the source is still on the plateau. Wang Lu smiled and shook his head. There's no need to be so troublesome. The time interval is 10,000 years. Even if the church has a record of everything, how long would it take for us to investigate it? Do we have so much time to waste now? Then what are you going to do? Let's go to the prop shop first. Since the business here is flourishing, there should be a wide variety of goods. After arriving at the prop shop, Wang Lu looked at the goods displayed in the shop and smiled. Looks like this is the place. Boss, I want 2 units of high-grade blessing gold ingots, then a multicolored stone, a red flame stone, an ice crystal stone, a storm stone, a thunder stone, a holy light stone, a dark shadow stone. Then, a mithril thread, a fine gold leaf. Hearing the list of materials Wang Lu had listed, Aya was curious at first, but then she widened her eyes and looked at Wang Lu in disbelief. You, don't tell me you want to. Wang Lu snorted coldly. Is there any other way? When that bastard asked me to find a cultural relic that had been missing for tens of thousands of years, I knew that it was time to show my real skills. Chapter 328. I say, what you're doing is too whimsical. After leaving the prop store, Aya was still shocked all the way. How could this method work? You actually want to blatantly fake it? People will definitely recognize it at a glance. Recognize it at a glance? Wang Lu, who was holding a pile of materials, looked back at Aya and disdainfully said, perhaps in the past, but now it's been thousands of years. Even if his mother comes back to life, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize her. How could he possibly recognize the authenticity of the wine cup? But do you have a better way? Don't forget, we're not in the king's treasure house, but in the real world. The people of Holy Light religion are likely to know where we are. Fortunately, this place is on the edge of the Western continent, so the power of Holy Light religion is not strong enough. Otherwise, we might have been surrounded by a large number of high-order professions. Yes, we're in the real world. Aya softly said to herself. Don't even think about it. Wang Lu saw through Aya's idea at a glance. This is not Dragon City, so you should put down your Night King identity. Your people are not as fragile as you think. While talking, the group of people came to a luxurious inn in the city. Aya booked a room at the counter. The group of people walked into the room under the various gazes from all around and then closed the door. I always feel that the eyes of the people around us are strange. Lu Li was somewhat confused. Did we do something wrong? Wang Lu put down the box and said, a man leading a bunch of women to a room, what do you think the people around us would think? But now is not the time to think about this. Lu Li, Little Bai, Aya, the 3 of you may have to help later. No matter what, this wine cup was personally made by a jewelry master, so the quality is absolutely superior. If I make a counterfeit, perhaps I can't reproduce the vicissitudes of thousands of years of history, but the difference in quality can't be too obvious. Aya somewhat hesitated. Have you really learned imitation? Do you think the title of Spirit Sword Sect's top student is as unworthy as your Misty Peaks head chef title? Refining is an important part of the path of cultivation. According to my study plan, once I become a perfected king pill, I'll have to start practicing refining. Before that, I'll have to make sufficient preparations. Making imitation tools was a necessary preparation for refining tools. In the future, even if I officially start refining weapons, I will definitely start with imitation. As Wang Lu spoke, he had already sorted out the materials and prepared them. Then, he took out a snow-white flame floating in the air from his mustard seed bag. After all, it's essentially an artifact of the mortal world. Its biggest highlight is its creativity and not any special effects. Then, using a low-grade spiritual fire like the mysterious Yin fire should be more than enough. After that, Wang Lu fixed the flame in mid-air, took out the gold ingots and burned them on the fire. The gold ingots that had been blessed by the spell quickly melted when they came into contact with the flame. After that, Wang Lu's invisible mana floated in the air, and it quickly melted into a golden ball of liquid metal, which was propelled by his power and rotated rapidly. After that, Wang Lu separated out a trace of magical power and began to do some surprising processing on this golden ball. Aya, Lu Li, and Bai Shixian watched with rapt attention. They saw Wang Lu, like spinning silk from a cocoon, separated a trace of golden thread from the golden ball, and then quickly peeled it off. As the golden ball rotated, the peeled-off part became more and more, and the remaining part gradually formed the shape of a wine cup. Aya was dumbfounded. "You're making pottery, okay?" Wang Lu said, "It doesn't matter, the principle is the same. It's completely different, okay? Normal wine glasses are made by hand. It doesn't matter, in any case, the quality of the finished product is the same." "How could it be the same?" "Damn, what's the difference? Don't tell me that when you give birth to a child, the quality of the child is different because of the position? That's a complete sophistry." However, whether it was sophistry or eloquence, Wang Lu was indeed earnestly making the wine cup in his own way. During this period, Lu Li, Bai Shixian, and even Aya also contributed their own efforts, using their unique ability to decorate the wine cup. More than 10,000 years ago, the jewelry master of the Golden Kingdom was indeed amazing. If it was purely based on professional skill, Wang Lu, as an amateur, was naturally far from it. However, he made up for it with the means of a cultivator, thus, he was able to imitate it. After a day and a night, when Bai Shixian and Lu Li joined forces to place the last piece of multicolored stone on the outer wall of the wine cup, the entire wine cup glowed with an amazing color. A ray of blessing light fell from the sky and fell on the wine cup. At this moment, even Aya was shocked. "You actually guessed it." The biggest technical difficulty of the knockoff wine cup was actually not the method of the wine cup itself, but the faint blessing attached to it. The stone gate once tried to imitate 1 or 2 parts of the blessing aura with water mist. However, that 1 or 2 parts of imitation already made Aya quite surprised, because it didn't seem like it was attached with a spell or other means. The combination of blessing and the wine cup itself was very natural. Now it seemed like the blessing on the wine cup didn't come from external force, but was naturally generated by its unique structure. Golden King liked that wine cup mostly because of the natural way contained in it. Unexpectedly, Wang Lu actually recreated this blessing. "The creativity belongs to other people, what I did is just a craftsman's work. I have the means of a cultivator, but I still can't do it." "What a cultivator! Now, let's see if this thing can handle it," Wang Lu said, fiddled with the wine cup in his hand, and then directly took out the purple crystal and crushed it, activating the transmission spell. Aya was surprised. "Wait a minute, this is too hasty." However, the next moment, they appeared on the floating island, and in front of them was the heavy stone gate. Wang Lu directly threw the glittering wine cup in front of the gate. "I found it, please check it." He was speechless. After a long time, the surface of the stone gate once again rippled like water, which then formed into a human face. "You're back?" The voice of the stone gate was vague and somewhat surprised. "So fast?" Then, the stone gate's attention fell on the wine cup on the ground. Suddenly, the entire floating island trembled. This is... The stone gate rumbled, and countless sand and gravel fell from various cracks. 2 waterfalls of gravel flowed down from the human face formed by the water ripples. Finally see it again. The king's wine cup, this is the king's." The emotional voice of the stone gate stopped abruptly, and the trembling of the island also abruptly stopped. A moment later, an even more violent tremor burst out. The human face on the stone gate twisted and let out an angry roar. "Are you playing with me?" The powerful sound wave hit his face like a substance. Wang Lu propped up his non-phase sword defense to isolate it. However, the vast sea of clouds behind him was directly shaken by this sound wave, leaving behind an empty space of several miles. "If you have something to say, then say it. What are you shouting for?" The stone gate held up the wine cup with an invisible force and said word by word, "Is this what you mean by found it? How dare you trick me with a fake? Do you think I'm an idiot?" After Wang Lu said that, Aya could not help but pass her voice through primordial spirit. "Wang Lu, I told you this is too hasty. Even if you made it exactly the same as the real thing, but the real thing is, after all, thousands of years old. If you take out a brand new one, how can you get away with it?" Wang Lu ignored Aya's complaint and still faced the stone gate. "This is the real thing, I didn't fake it." "You still say you didn't fake it?" The stone gate angrily said, "This wine cup has been lost in the mortal world for more than 10,000 years and has experienced countless history. How could it be as new as before?" Wang Lu lightly asked, "Why can't it be as new as before? Do you know what it has experienced for more than 10,000 years? The stone gate was suddenly silent. He was punished by Golden King and guarded this place for more than 10,000 years, how could he know what had happened in the mortal world? However, it was wishful thinking to get away with it. Do you think I can be fooled? The last person who came to the trial has given quite reliable evidence. He mobilized hundreds of millions of people in the mortal world to collect clues, proving that the king's wine cup has been in the hands of more than 100 people and has experienced several major wars. There is serious damage on the wine cup, at least there should be a deep crack between the two gems, it can't be as flawless as this one. Wang Lu let out an "oh" sound and then said disapprovingly, "And then?" The stone gate angrily said, "You want to say that that person's evidence is fake and he's deceiving me? Unfortunately, you've got the wrong idea. Every clue he said has sufficient historical evidence, but you, on the other hand, are just empty words without any evidence." Wang Lu sneered, "Empty words? Ridiculous, no matter how many historical materials and clues that person provided, they are all just circumstantial evidence. What I have in my hands is the real and most favorable evidence. Between the two, which one is more important? Even if you think with your knees, you can understand it. It's not the side with more evidence." The stone gate was not good at debating. After being rebutted by Wang Lu, he angrily said, "Then how do you explain the crack? That crack was at least 1,000 years ago, right?" Wang Lu said, "According to what you said, the previous person's clues are not complete, and no one knows the final whereabouts of the wine cup." "Yes, but the clues he provided cover more than 8,000 years of history. Only the last 2,000 years are blank, and the value is high enough," Wang Lu interrupted. "In other words, no one knows the last 2,000 years of the wine cup's history. 2,000 years isn't a short period of time. It's enough for countless dynasties to rise and fall. Anything can happen during this period of time. How can you be so sure that the crack on this cup will remain forever and can't be repaired?" The stone gate was stunned. In fact, aren't you curious as to how we found the wine cup so quickly? Let me tell you, this wine cup, we found it in the Plateau of Ice Thorns. Plateau of Ice Thorns? The stone gate said in surprise, "That's impossible, the wine cup was taken away from the plateau by someone 10,000 years ago." "Yes, but it eventually came back. Guess who did it?" "Who?" "It itself." Wang Lu pointed his finger at the wine cup. 1,000 years ago, because of a chance coincidence, it condensed its own spirituality and became a spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure? The stone gate was shocked and whispered. Although there were many differences between the Western continent and 9 regions, there were also many similarities. It was not uncommon for magical treasures to have spirituality in the Western continent. Yes, although its body is just a wine cup, it was created by a grandmaster, and it was also favored by the Golden King. After thousands of years of suffering, it's not strange for it to gather its own wisdom, right? If you look carefully, you should be able to find a trace of spiritual afterglow on the wine cup. The stone gate quickly carefully observed the wine cup, and after a moment, he slowly said, "Indeed, it really has a spiritual aura." At this time, Aya, who was standing behind Wang Lu, was stunned. Is this possible? That so-called spiritual afterglow is clearly the residual fluctuation of the mysterious Yin fire, right? Seeing that the stone gate had gradually fallen into the trap, Wang Lu inwardly sneered, but his facial expression became more and more dignified. The promotion of a magical treasure is equivalent to a human cultivator recasting their body. The previous thousands of years of vicissitudes are all smoothed out and become brand new. The reason why this wine cup is so dazzling is because it has experienced a resurrection. The stone gate was silent for a long time, and then asked, "So, where is the spirit now?" Wang Lu coldly said, "What do you think? There is only a trace of afterglow, so of course, the original body has fallen. This wine cup spirit was resurrected 1,000 years ago. Then, in order to return to its master, it did not hesitate to consume its own existence and traveled thousands of miles back to the plateau of thorns of ice, which is the place where you lost it. It endured the snow and the curse of the plateau, silently waiting for you to send someone to find it back. Because it thought that if it returned to its original place, it would have a greater chance of being found. Unfortunately, the previous idiots refused to search the plateau seriously. When they heard that it was taken away from the plateau, they hurriedly left that land of death and went to other parts of the continent to trace its history. However, they never thought that its original body was so hardworking. We were also lucky. We didn't walk far on the plateau before we saw it. In fact, it should be said that it took the initiative to find us. At that time, its life was almost exhausted, but when it sensed that someone was teleported from the floating island to the plateau, it gathered its strength and moved in front of me. When I held it up, it didn't even have time to say a few words before it completely fell. Wang Lu's cold voice was like thunder, bombarding the stone gate's thoughts. What's funny is that its last few words didn't pour out its pain and longing during the long wait. Instead, it was used to explain its abnormality, explaining how it had gathered its spirituality by coincidence and recovered to its original state. It was afraid that people would suspect its authenticity. Now, if you have the ability, tell me again that this wine cup is a fake, a worthless imitation of trash. Facing Wang Lu's harsh words, the stone gate could no longer hold on. Crushed stones and tears rolled down like rain. I'm really stupid. In the midst of crying, the stone gate slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading to the next stage. Chapter 329. Even after leaving the floating island for a long time, Aya was still immersed in shock. How could that be possible? Aya seriously recalled the eloquence of Wang Lu. After thinking about it, she could only admire him. Actually, there are still a lot of loopholes in your story. Hearing Aya's sigh, Wang Lu said with a smile, "After all, the story is essentially a lie. According to strict logical reasoning, it is certainly not tenable. However, logic is not omnipotent. The story has been so sensational, what else can he do?" After a pause, Wang Lu said, "Fortunately, the stone gate is a human, so it has the wisdom and feelings of human beings. It can be impulsive and misjudge. Otherwise, this level would be a bit difficult. But if it's not a human, how could it make such an unreasonable request? In fact, my story is essentially based on it. A fool who has been exiled and punished for more than 10,000 years, but is still loyal to the Golden King and brooding over his past mistakes. Along the stairs, the group walked in a dark independent space. Only the stairs under their feet shone. Before long, the scenery in front of them changed, and another stone gate appeared in front of them. Only, this time, it was not an open area. Behind the stone gate, there was obviously a long and narrow corridor. Deeper in the corridor, there was an endless unknown. Is the next level the second level? Wang Lu was eager to try. My adventurer's spirit is already unbearably hungry. Unfortunately, the second level did not have a shortcut like the first level. Because the stone gate was just a stone gate, it did not have its own wisdom. Perhaps its design was relatively rigid, or perhaps after more than 10,000 years, the original intelligent life has gone extinct. In short, there were vague handwriting on the stone gate, which explained the rules of the second level in ancient language. But perhaps because of the long time, many of them were already blurred and difficult to understand. After the efforts of Wang Lu and Aya, the final result was, the endless labyrinth contains endless unknowns. Every weakness of human nature will be captured. The tough test needs to be faced with blades and swords. Only when the five of us are united can we enter and reach the other side. Wang Lu repeated the rules a few times and tried to summarize them. Simply put, it's a huge labyrinth that requires a team of 5 to open. There are all kinds of traps, some to test one's character, and some to test one's combat power. It's a comprehensive labyrinth dungeon. Aya said, if the difficulty of this championship trial is progressively higher, then the difficulty of this level is likely to be higher than the previous one. Moreover, as far as I know, in the era of the Golden King, most of those who could obtain the title of champion were strong people who were close to the legendary realm. With our current lineup, I'm afraid. What is there to be afraid of? With a former legend like you around, can't we just crush them all the way? Aya was a little shaken. I'm sorry, but I'm in a very bad situation right now. Wang Lu asked in surprise and concern, what's wrong? Does someone with a heroic spirit physique have a menstrual period? Doesn't that mean I'll get pregnant? Aya, ha, I know what you're worried about. It doesn't matter. Since I promised to be your invincible faith, when you're in a bad situation, I'll cut through the thorns and thorns. Wang Lu said and then came to the door in high spirits. Well, if there's any test, bring it on. I'll let you see the real skill of clearing the dungeon. Behind him, Aya somewhat helplessly shook her head and smiled, but her heart was gradually filled with warmth. Yes, although he always does things unexpectedly, but perhaps I can really believe in him. I believe that he can help me rebuild my country and restore the glory of Bretonia. If it's him, he can certainly do it. With that thought in mind, Aya felt that her heroic spirit physique had further solidified. The haze that was caused by Wang Lu's presumptuous decision was also dispelled. Well, although from a rational point of view, Wang Lu hasn't really convinced me, but, for the time being, I'll trust him for the time being. However, Aya's impassioned words, which gradually warmed her heart, were met with silence from the stone door. The grey door was tightly closed, shutting out the group of challengers. Moreover, there was no sign of it opening. Wang Lu gawked for a moment, unable to figure out why the door didn't open. He walked forward and knocked on the door. Open the door, we're good people. No response. Open sesame. No response. Little rabbit, be good and open your legs. There was still no response, except for Aya angrily punching Wang Lu. That's strange. Wang Lu pondered. Did we do something wrong? Or is there something wrong with the way we enter the door? It's not like we have to resort to violence as soon as we open the door, right? Aya said, it's best not to try to break this door by force. I don't think that's a good idea. Lu Li also added, I also think it's better not to break the door. Since the two people with the sharpest intuition said so, Wang Lu gave up the idea and turned his eyes back to the writing on the stone door. Only when 5 people are united can we enter and reach the other side. Could it be this sentence? Wang Lu said, only when a team of 5 people can we continue to move forward. Is there a problem with this sentence? But, even if we must gather 5 people to move forward, we have already gathered them. Lu Li curiously said, have you gathered them? Senior brother, 1 for you, 1 for Aya, 1 for Little Bai, and 1 for Hua Hua, there are obviously 4 of them. Wang Lu looked at her as if he was looking at an unlucky naughty child. Or, Lu Li, your IQ is no longer recognized in the human category? Having said that, Wang Lu certainly didn't think that Lu Li was really out of the human category. There were many times when this little girl was stupid and adorable, but at most, her brain lacked a few tendons. Correspondingly, her other tendons were exceptionally developed. Her memory and calculation ability were so strong that even he, the top student of Spirit Sword Sect, was dumbfounded. If it wasn't Lu Li, then who was it? Wang Lu's first reaction was naturally Quan Zouhua. This model dog was the most different from the human standard. However, strictly speaking, there was no reason to exclude it from the team. First, as the highest level mythological beast, Hua Hua would transform into a human sooner or later. Although in the Western continent mythology, there was no precedent of Fenrir transforming into a human, on Spirit Sword Mountain, the elders of Heavenly Sword Hall believed that it was only a matter of time. Second, Western continent and 9 regions were different. The distinction between Chinese and barbarian was not so strict, and the boundary between human and beast was also relatively vague. It must be known that most of the professions in Western continent had the bloodline of strange beasts. For example, Aya was the inheritor of the dragon bloodline. And in the era of Golden King, this kind of hybridity was brought to the extreme. Some of the generals under the command of Golden King were magical beasts, and none of them had ever transformed into a human. So, what reason did this stone door have to shut Fenrir outside? After thinking about it, this stone door was still closed, which was really hard to figure out. And at this time, Lu Li suddenly said, "Ah, the stairs to come here are gone." Wang Lu looked back and sure enough, the shining stairs had faded and disappeared. The team was isolated in front of the stone door, in a small square. What should I do? I'm hungry. Lu Li very decisively put forward the most realistic question. It was not that she was gluttonous, but in the past 3 days, when she concentrated on making wine cups in the inn, she actually didn't eat anything. With her current physique, she indeed didn't need to eat. However, eating has become a habit, and it was more of a psychological dependence. Just like a smoker who hasn't smoked for 3 days, that kind of hunger and thirst was hard to resist. Wang Lu still had some food in his mustard seed bag, so he threw a few meat pies to Lu Li, which made her smile. However, the current predicament was still a headache. Really troublesome, we can't just stand still in the second level. Not to mention with the composition of foodies in the team, sooner or later the food will run out. At that time, do I have to rely on my physical advantage of non-phase method to infinitely squeeze out protein to maintain their survival? Wang Lu's thoughts drifted, and soon, from the food storage problem to the agricultural breeding problem, he thought that if he brought the crop seeds, as well as breeding pigs and sheep, he could open up a small piece of farmland here to play with the monogatari. Breeding? Wang Lu felt a flash of inspiration in his mind and suddenly understood the reason why the stone door was closed. So that's how it is. The reason why the number is not enough is because there is an overlap. Wang Lu said, walked to the front of the mottled dog, and then stretched out his foot to kick it. Damn, what are you doing? The dog was sleeping sweetly, so being interrupted made its whole body uncomfortable. I'm looking for you to make up the number. With that, Wang Lu reached out his hand and touched the dog's head. In his jade mansion, a mark disintegrated. That was the master-servant contract between Wang Lu and Quan Zouhua, which was now unilaterally lifted by Wang Lu. Quan Zouhua felt that the shackles on its brain suddenly broke, and its whole body suddenly burst out with a bit of vitality, making it feel very comfortable. However, it didn't have the time to experience this. It hurriedly stood up. "Damn, do you want to casually abandon a small animal? Rest assured, I'll take care of your food." Wang Lu said, "I just need you to become an independent existence to make up the number of people." Wang Lu thought that if the number of people was not recognized, the biggest possibility would be because of the contract between him and Quan Zouhua. Right now, as his pet, the stupid dog was attached to him. Naturally, it would not be recognized as an independent team, so there were actually only 4 of them. However, as long as the stupid dog was released, with its qualification, how could it not count? And sure enough, when the contract was lifted, the stone door soon opened with a rumbling vibration, revealing a deep and huge maze. A dangerous and mysterious aura hit them in the face. The structure of the maze was breathtaking. Not long after the entrance corridor, in front of them, there was a sudden opening, showing infinite light. A bright and warm sun hung high in the sky. Not only did it not have the gloomy underground city corridor that made people despair, but instead, everything was directly revealed in front of them. Under the clear sky, the open labyrinth was divided into countless small units. Some of the units were empty grasslands, some were deep forests, and some were pitch black even though they were clearly illuminated by the sun. These units were separated by space barriers. Although there was no brick or other fixed-form material, it was more unbreakable than any brick and was difficult to break through with brute force. In front of everyone was a narrow corridor isolated by space barriers. In front of the corridor was the transmission entrance to the first unit. Ayaya, the most troublesome transmission maze. Wang Lu felt annoyed when he saw this scene. Among all the mazes, this kind of transmission maze was the most troublesome one based on complex space spells. Moreover, there was no telling how many sharp traps were arranged in each of the small units. This stage was similar to the first stage, but it was more like a test of the trial taker's patience. Unfortunately, when encountering this level, I am the most impatient type. Wang Lu coldly said and strode forward. Aya curiously asked, "How are you going to be impatient? Any maze has a common solution: dig the wall, dig the ground." While speaking, he launched his original magical ability, and the bloody sky covered an area of 100 feet. Chapter 330. I can't believe you actually came here. While walking on the stairs leading to the 3rd level, Aya has gradually become numb to Wang Lu's maze strategy. In short, it was impossible to expect him to honestly follow the designer's idea. The 2nd level was a very elaborate maze, but he directly used his original magical ability to go all the way, crushing all the space barriers, and directly went to the exit. The whole process took no more than half an hour. Of course, it was also thanks to the fact that there was no administrator who controlled the operation of the maze. Everything was done according to the preset program, lacking the ability to respond to unexpected situations. Wang Lu's original magical ability was undoubtedly an unexpected situation. His original magical ability, according to the law, was equivalent to the inherent enchantment of the Western continent. It belonged to a very rare high-end skill, which had a very unique magical effect in disintegrating space. Of course, if the opponent was a living person, there would naturally be a way to work around it. However, this time, Wang Lu's opponent was a rigid maze. Therefore, the group of people were put into the broken sword world by Wang Lu. As if a space tunnel was opened, they went straight all the way, crossed hundreds of mechanism units, and went straight to the end. This is thanks to the fact that there is no administrator in this level. Wang Lu was not particularly proud of this. After thousands of years, this champion's trial is not perfect anymore, so there's no sense of accomplishment in crushing it. However, I'm afraid the next one is not so easy. Huh? You said, where is the administrator who generously promised to accept the challenge on the 5th floor of the king's treasure house? Wang Lu earnestly said, this champion's trial is essentially the same as the king's treasure house, but the difficulty is higher, and the design is more unique. Then, according to the situation in the king's treasure house, I guess it won't be long before we have to face the Holy Light Religion people. The opponent is a living person, so it's not easy to pass by relying on little tricks. At the same time, in the depths of the king's treasure house, the Holy Light Religion's Holy One was somewhat anxiously waiting for his subordinate's reply. 4 days ago, through the administrator's authority, he saw the experience of Wang Lu and the others at the entrance of the champion's trial. He knew that they were sent to the Ice Thorn Plateau to look for the king's wine cup. After that, he immediately ordered the elite forces of the Inquisition to head to the plateau to hunt down Wang Lu and his party. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, even the head inquisitor himself had personally come out. He was one of the 5 great legendary powers of the church. Although he was the weakest of the 5, he was still powerful enough to crush everything. Logically speaking, the lineup of this operation was luxurious and could be said to be foolproof, but the saints still felt uneasy. What exactly went wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Their operation was very secretive, and only a few saints knew everything. Even the 13 high-grade professionals who participated in the operation did not know what they were going to do in the highlands. At the same time, the church reacted very quickly this time. Because they followed a special procedure, it only took the time of a meal from the order to the mobilization of manpower. On the other hand, it would only take them 3 to 4 days to travel from the Holy City to the Ice Thorns Plateau. Furthermore, with the head inquisitor, no one within a radius of 10,000 miles would be able to hide. Furthermore, their team's combat power was also completely overwhelming. There was no possibility of anything going wrong. However, just as the saint was feeling worried, an emergency signal was sent. The head inquisitor's voice rang directly in the saint's soul. It was a little incredulous and a little angry. They disappeared. The administrator was shocked. Disappeared? How? The head inquisitor said in a deep voice, I also don't know the reason, but in the Book of Purification, their names directly disappeared in an instant. To be able to get rid of the Book of Purification's tracking, it is very likely that they used a powerful teleportation tool and entered an unknown space. Did they discover your existence? The head inquisitor said. Impossible. My battlefield intuition did not sound the alarm. It is impossible for them to discover us from so far away. If they didn't discover you, why did they run? It's only been 3 days, and they haven't left the Ice Thorns Plateau yet. They simply can't find enough clues to pass. The saint continued to speculate about the various possibilities, but he felt that the situation in front of him was more and more chaotic. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of the saint's eyes, and an incredible idea leaped into his mind. Could it be, then, he did not even care about being rude and threw the head inquisitor aside. His consciousness sank into an independent space in the king's treasure house, and he used his authority to open a peeping window. Through the window, he saw a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Wang Lu and the others had already passed the 2nd stage and were about to enter the 3rd stage. How was this possible? It had only been 4 days since they entered the Trial of Champions, and they had already passed 2 stages? Was this Trial of Champions really in disrepair? Had it malfunctioned? 90 years ago, how long did it take him to pass the Trial of Champions? 8 years? 10 years? Just the 1st stage, which was to find the wine glasses, took him an entire year as a saint to mobilize the entire church. Although the second stage did not have any life-threatening traps, it was very time-consuming. With 4 of his most trusted subordinates, it took him a year and a half to reach the end. But Wang Lu and the others had passed 2 stages in 4 days. Was there any justice in this world? With strong anger and injustice, the administrator wished he could directly tear open the window and appear in front of that group of people to punish them and catch them all in one fell swoop. However, he had to calm down. Even if he was a legendary level, he would still die if he recklessly acted in the Golden King's treasure house. But should he sit back and watch them continue to advance triumphantly? Absolutely not. Hey, what's wrong? On the other side, the Supreme Inquisitor, who was thousands of miles away, couldn't get a response for a long time, so he somewhat doubtfully asked. The administrator sighed. You guys, come back. The whereabouts of Wang Lu and the others have been found. What? Where? The King's treasure house. The King's treasure house? How could it be? However, the administrator had no intention to explain. He impatiently said, "Come back and tell me the details." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Inquisitor was furious. Paul, you mother****. You can summon me and send me away at will. Do you think I'm your subordinate? We are both legendary saints of holy light religion. Where did your sense of superiority come from? Moreover, if it weren't for the bad information you provided, why would I waste a few days running around? This incompetent waste really makes people want to kill him. In fact, Saint Paul, as the administrator of the King's treasure house, has always been a weirdo in the church. Wisdom, temperament, and talent, none of them were outstanding. However, as a professional, his qualifications were amazing, and his luck was also against the heavens' will. Those geniuses of the same generation were submerged in the long river of history, but he, this mediocre talent, stood out and even advanced to the legendary level. Originally, he was the last among the legendary saints of the church. However, 90 years ago, he coincidentally opened the King's treasure house and obtained the administrator's authority, which immediately changed the strategic situation of the holy light religion for the next 100 years. Because of this, his status also rose sharply, surpassing the Supreme Inquisitor and the leader of the Bloodlust Holy Knights, ranking 3rd among the 5 legendary saints, second only to the Pope and the Prophet. However, no matter how angry the Supreme Inquisitor was, he knew that this was no longer a personal grudge. The King's treasure house was the core of the church. After 80 years of development, the importance of this place had even surpassed the church's former birthplace, so it absolutely could not be lost. Moreover, the Pope had instructed a few saints in private before. He said that Paul's ability was limited, but his identity was very important. If possible, the others should take care of him and accommodate him. Anyway, Paul seemed to have a high status, but he didn't have much real power in the church. Except for the King's treasure house, he didn't even have an archbishop that he could order around. He could be considered as a loner. At the same time, Paul in the King's treasure house was burning with anxiety. It was already the 3rd level. According to this trend, perhaps the 3rd level wouldn't be a problem for Wang Lu and his group. But once they let him enter the 4th level, it would be a test of life and death. The administrator's authority was obtained by gathering the power of the entire church to pass the first 4 levels and enter the 5th level as a reward. According to the rules of the treasure house, as long as Wang Lu and his group achieved better results than him in the champion's trial, they could replace him. What did it mean to be better? If they could pass the 5th level, they would win without any suspense. And even if they couldn't, as long as they passed the 4th level, they would be standing on the same level as Paul. At this time, the comparison would be based on the results of the previous levels. Excellent and good meant the difference in results. Although Paul's results in the past were not bad, how could he be compared with Wang Lu, who passed 2 levels in 4 days? Once Wang Lu passed the 4th level, the administrator's title would definitely fall into his hands. Therefore, when he saw Wang Lu enter the third level, Paul was already impatient. Unfortunately, because of the riots caused by the eastern city-states and the 9 regions' people, the Pope and the Prophet had gone to the east to suppress it, and the leader of the bloodlust Holy Knight was guarding the border. At this time, Paul wanted to ask for help, but he didn't know who to ask. In his view, the problem he encountered as a saint, naturally, only a saint could solve it. Why isn't the Chief Inquisitor here yet? Although he knew that even if the Chief Inquisitor had legendary level strength, it was impossible for him to cross half of the continent in an instant, Paul still couldn't help but resent him. At this time, through the peephole, he saw that Wang Lu and his team had reached the entrance of the third level and began to attack in an orderly manner. And Wang Lu seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Do I have to shed all pretense of cordiality, break the peephole, and directly make a move? In anxiety, Paul even came up with an extreme idea. With his status as an administrator, if he risked being punished by the rules of the treasure house, he could indeed forcibly intervene in the process of Wang Lu's trial and interrupt him. Of course, as the price, the punishment he would receive would also be very severe, but it was better than watching the other party advance triumphantly, right? Thinking of this, Paul finally tried to contact the Pope and the Prophet, but unfortunately, he didn't get a response. And the Chief Inquisitor was still in the distant snowfield. Paul gritted his teeth and decided not to wait for the Chief Inquisitor to come back. Well, I don't recommend making a move at this time. At this time, a gentle voice suddenly came from his side. Paul was shocked. He turned around and saw a pale face without any facial features. Faceless, it's you. Regarding this church's sharpest knife, Paul's feelings were slightly complicated. On the one hand, Faceless One's position in the church was very special. Although his rank was below the 5 saints, only the Prophet and the Pope had the right to dispatch him. Other than that, he didn't listen to anyone. His real status even faintly suppressed Paul, which made people couldn't help but feel awe. Moreover, Faceless One had once directly or indirectly helped him. But on the other hand, Faceless One was not a legend. Facing Faceless One, Paul always felt a sense of superiority. Faceless One didn't care about the other psychological activities at all. He just lightly explained, if you make a move now, it will be completely contrary to the current situation. The entire treasure house will become your resistance, which may be exactly what they want. It's better to wait until they reach the 4th level. We can integrate more forces in the next few days. Moreover, in the 4th level, we can reasonably intervene without worrying about the treasure house's resistance. But in the 4th level, we have no way out. Why would there be a need to retreat in a battle that is bound to be won? Faceless One lightly asked. Paul was startled, but then he quickly thought of something and said, very well, then I'll do as you say. If there's any mistake, Faceless One coldly said, if there's really a mistake, even if you push all the responsibility on me, you'll lose the treasure house's administrator authority and are nothing more than a waste. So, use your poor brain power on the right place, think less of useless things. You! How dare you talk to me like that? Paul flew into a rage. Don't forget who made you stand here. 90 years ago, based on your words, how dare you hope to reach the 5th level on the road of trial? Faceless One lightly said, so sit down, shut your mouth, and listen to me carefully. This time, you're the one who needs my help, remember this. Paul's heart was extremely angry. However, seeing that pale face, a throbbing feeling from the depths of his soul was like a bucket of cold water poured on his head, making him unable to say anything more. Chapter 331. Tisk, it's a disturbing piece. Walking on the dazzling stairs, looking at the light at the exit in front of them, Wang Lu could not help but sigh. After passing through the 2nd level of the labyrinth, the group set out for the 3rd level. In the road of the championship trial, there was a long shining staircase between each level. Wang Lu had always suspected that the people of Holy Light religion might not be able to bear it and would make their move at this time. However, all the way to the end, they didn't encounter the expected obstruction. Holy Light religion seemed to be ignorant of the fact that Wang Lu had passed 2 levels in a row. Although no one would hinder him, which would only make his strategy smoother, Wang Lu still felt somewhat uneasy. At this time, Lu Li, who had the most amazing eyesight in the team, had already seen the scenery at the end. She happily said, "I see the stone door, and there are words written on it. It's the ancient language of the Western continent. It seems to be military strategy." Wang Lu was surprised. "You actually know the ancient language of the Western continent?" Lu Li giggled and said, "Aya gave me an ancient language dictionary a few days ago, and I have memorized it all." "Good, you're indeed the strongest brain," Wang Lu commented, and at the same time, he also saw the scenery at the end. In front of them, on the surface of a gray stone door, there was indeed the word military strategy written in quaint handwriting. Military strategy. Does it mean the point of this level is to show military strategy? Wang Lu said as he crossed the last step of the shining staircase and officially stepped on the square in front of the door. Before his voice fell, he heard a dull sound in front of him. "Yes, the point of this level is to show military strategy." While speaking, a wave-like ripple rippled on the surface of the stone door. Wang Lu smiled. "Are you also punished to guard the door here because you lost Golden King's treasure?" The stone door said, "Me? I lost a bet to Golden King and can't pay the bet, so I can only come here to accept my punishment." Although the sound of this stone door was dull, its character was much more lively and talkative than the first stone door. "I was once the leader of a tribe and commanded a powerful army. I fought all over the place and conquered a large territory. Because I won every battle, I was given the title of God of War. Unfortunately, I later met the Golden King. His country and army were far superior to mine. I knew that I could not be his opponent in a head-on fight, so I made a bet with him. Both sides would bring the same sized army to fight in the Doomsday Mountain. If I won, his army would not be able to cross my border. If I lost, I would surrender on the spot. You can kill me if you want." At that time, I was confident that my ability to command was unparalleled in the world. Even the Golden King would not be able to beat me if the size of his army was the same as mine. Unfortunately, in the battle of the Doomsday Mountain Range, I was defeated by him and had to surrender. At that time, I heard that Golden King was cruel and heartless, so I thought I was going to die. However, he said that as a bastard, my military talent was rare in the world, so it would be a pity to kill me. When I heard that this seemed to be the hope of survival, I hurriedly expressed my willingness to use my talent for him. If there is any enemy, just leave it to me. In any case, although I can't beat the Golden King, I can still win every battle if I meet other people. However, Golden King sneered at this and said that if I could find an enemy worthy of his conquest, it would be considered as a meritorious deed for him. At that time, I knew that my tribe was the only force on the continent that had not surrendered to him. Upon hearing this, the others didn't have much reaction, but Aya was surprised. "The last tribe conquered by Golden King, you are the barbarian god of war, Tanu? Oh, I can't believe that there are still people who remember my name." The stone door Tanu looked very happy. "Ha ha ha, sure enough, the longer you live, the easier it is to encounter surprises." At that time, I said that I was willing to offer my ability, but Golden King said that there was no opponent worthy of his conquest on the continent. My ability was useless, so he suppressed me in his treasure house to guard the door. Although it was a punishment, it allowed me to stay alive in the form of a stone door for thousands of years. It's more like a reward from Golden King, ha ha ha. All right, let's get back to business. Tanu restrained his smile and seriously said, this test is about your strategic ability. I will provide you with an army, and you just need to command these troops to defeat the opponent. That's simple, right? Wang Lu asked. Simple? The opponent won't be you, right? Tanu laughed. Of course it's me, otherwise, who else could it be? But don't worry, I'm here to guard the door, not to bully people. I don't bring a lot of troops, only 400 golden guardians, 30 golden warlocks, and 8 legion commanders. Moreover, I won't be here myself. How many troops do we have? That depends on you. Tanu said, and then ripples appeared on the surface of his body, presenting a table. Wang Lu identified the handwriting on the table and said with some surprise, Golden Guardians, 10 logistics points, Golden Warlocks, 20 logistics points, Legion Commanders, 50 logistics points. In addition, there are archers, chariots, strange beast cavalry, and the required logistics points are different. Is this a certain number of logistics points, and then we are free to form an army? Tanu said, yes, the core of the army is the guarantee of logistics and food. Only with a strong logistics ability can a huge army be supported. Wang Lu nodded and said, this design is reasonable. In short, it's similar to an upper limit of population. You have 400 golden guardians, 30 warlocks, and 8 commanders, which means 5,000 logistics points. Then how many do we have? Tanu said, it also depends on you. Here, look here. While they were talking, a stone platform rose in front of the stone door. On the platform, there was a chessboard with many small squares painted on it. On it, there were 2 chess pieces and several dice. Wang Lu leaned forward and looked at it for a while. He saw that there was a zigzagging square on the chessboard. The square was connected from end to form a ring. Most of the squares were written with different numbers, and some were painted with a single color. In addition to chess pieces and dice, there were several stacks of cards on the chessboard, and there were also some exquisite small building models. Seeing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but change his expression. This is, Tanu said with a smile, this is a very popular game on the continent when I was alive. It's called simulation business chess. Simulation your sister, isn't this clearly a monopoly? Wang Lu pointed at the chessboard, isn't it just buying land, collecting taxes, and then using various events and props to harm people? Tanu was surprised and said, I can't believe that even you aliens from the East know about this game. Forget it, I'll just think of it as a beautiful coincidence. The world is big, and there are always a few nerds who are stupid enough to design tabletop games. In short, you mean that I want to play Monopoly with you, and then use the points to determine my logistics points? Tanu said, that's right, so the amount of logistics points depends on you. Of course, I won't bully people, so even if you lose miserably in simulation business chess, I will at least give you 5,000 basic points to ensure that you have the same number of troops as me. And on this basis, if you have the ability, win all 20,000 points in my hand within 100 rounds. By then, you will have more than 10 times the number of troops I have. However, I doubt if you can do it. Gentle reminder, when playing chess, you'd better protect yourself with all your strength. Protect the 5,000 points in your hand and don't lose them. Obviously, this former tribal god of war was extremely confident in his chess skills. Interesting, you actually dare to show off your gaming talent in front of me. Wang Lu sneered and walked to the front of the stone table. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After an hour. This is impossible. Tanu's shocked voice echoed in the narrow space. On the chessboard, the red color chosen by Wang Lu occupied more than 90% of the area. Tanu's blue color could only occupy a corner, and his own chess piece was wrapped in red, unable to move an inch. With the result of the dice roll just now, his chess piece moved to the red square, so the last hope of turning the tables disappeared. Wang Lu sighed softly, stood up from the stone table, and scattered the gemstones in his hand on the chessboard. The 93rd round of the game is over, 25,000 points are in my hand. Humph, I can't believe that the barbarian god of war is so tenacious, to be able to hold on until the end before dying. This is impossible. Tanu's voice trembled, he still couldn't believe what just happened. As a gatekeeper on this trial path, he had guarded it alone for more than 10,000 years. During this period of time, his only entertainment was playing chess with the other gatekeepers who still had some intelligence. 10,000 years was enough for him to hone his chess skills to the point of perfection. However, as time passed, more and more gatekeepers died, and he had no way to display his brilliant chess skills, which made him feel even more lonely. More than 80 years ago, he unexpectedly met a group of challengers from the outside. Tanu was ecstatic and generously gave them 10 chances to try, but in fact, he just wanted to play a few more rounds with them. But the best result of those challengers was to desperately protect their 5,000 points, and then with the same number of troops and a more reasonable combination of troops, they narrowly defeated Tanu. Therefore, Tanu never thought that he would lose, and lose so miserably. If he wasn't just a stone door, this extremely shocking fact would have exploded his head on the spot. Fortunately, he didn't have a head now. What trick did you use? Wang Lu sneered, the chessboard is yours, the chess pieces are yours, and the dice are also yours. What trick can I use? As he said, he played with the chess pieces on the chessboard and asked, what do you think of my chess skills? Tanu said unwillingly, far better than me. Wang Lu said, then logically speaking, there are actually 2 possibilities. First, I'm too strong, and my talent in this kind of game has reached the realm of God, and no one can stop me. Second, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. I'm too weak. Tanu suddenly felt a sense of humiliation from being looked down upon. Don't go too far. Go too far? I actually didn't have much contact with your business simulation chess, and I'm not interested in it, so I'm definitely not good at it. Not to mention that the rules of your game are still the original version from 10,000 years ago, and there are many differences from what I've played, so I need some time to get used to it. Even so, I still defeated you with an overwhelming advantage. Is this really because I'm too strong? Speaking of which, where did you get the confidence to think that you're very good at chess? Tanu somewhat dejectedly said, before you, I've never tasted defeat in 10,000 years. Then there are 2 possibilities. First, you're very strong, second, your opponents are too weak. Objectively speaking, what kind of people have been playing chess with you for the past 10,000 years? Are they the chess masters that Golden King collected from all over the continent? Or are they a group of ordinary people who have no interest in chess and can't stand your coaxing and pestering? And did the last trial taker who came here look like he was good at chess? But I've been playing here for 10,000 years. Wang Lu sighed, you've locked 2 men in a secret room, and even after 100,000 years, they still can't give birth to a child. It can be seen that time is not omnipotent. Moreover, when you play chess with a group of mediocre players, the more you play, the worse your chess skills will get. Your job is to be a military god, not a chess master. If you spend too much energy on this kind of heresy, you'll become a laughing stock just like the Night King who is obsessed with dark cuisine. The Night King who was obsessed with dark cuisine was shocked and angry at the same time. Hey! Chapter 332. No matter how unwilling the military god Tanu was a loss. In the past, the military god would never go back on his word in the game. Well, then, according to the agreement, you have a total of 25,000 logistic points. Please distribute your points freely. With that, on the stone platform that originally carried the chessboard, a complicated table appeared. All the units that could be exchanged and their detailed information were recorded on it. While looking at it, Wang Lu carefully calculated the optimal plan for the unit combination. However, halfway through the calculation, his eyes swept across a line on the table and was taken aback. "Wait a minute, how come even I am printed on the table?" Tanu said, "Of course. Don't tell me you won't participate in the battle? And if you participate in the battle, won't you consume your supplies? So that's how it is. Even the commander can't just watch from the sidelines." Tanu said, "Those commanders who don't even dare to come to the front line are not qualified to command the army of Golden King." "I understand." Wang Lu nodded his head and didn't want to be entangled with him. Since the other party had set the rules, he just had to abide by it. However, when he saw his exchange price of 500 logistic points on the table, Wang Lu frowned. "How come I don't know that I'm so valuable? I can buy 10 golden commanders. The exchange price is based on the strength of a person. You are worth 500 logistic points, that is to say, you alone are worth 10 golden commanders." Wang Lu thought for a moment. It seemed that it was not wrong to say that he could fight 10 golden commanders at the same time. Because even if he encountered 10 golden commanders, he would still be in an invincible position with his non-phase sword defense. However, 500 logistic points was still a bit expensive. Why not change it to someone else? It's okay to change people, but only those who personally set foot on the battlefield are eligible to pass the test. Those who watch the whole process from a safe place outside the battlefield will stay in a safe place forever. That is to say, let alone changing people, the 5 of us must go to the battlefield together to pass the test. And according to my price, the 5 of us will have to deduct at least 2,000 logistic points. Wang Lu thought for a moment. What about you? As the god of war of the barbarian race, how many logistical points will it take for you to personally go into battle? Tanu said confidently, "Of course it's 0 points. I'm just a stone gate now, and I have no combat ability at all. Even if I personally go into battle, I'm just a projection without any combat ability, so the logistical points are not counted at all. If you are envious, then beg Golden King to make you into a stone gate. Forget it, I'll just treat these 2,000 points as feeding the dogs." As Wang Lu spoke, he continued to scroll down the form, preparing to inquire about the detailed exchange prices of Aya and the others. However, he was stunned at a glance. This, 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. 10,000 points. What kind of price is that? Wang Lu was furious. Are you the gate of the airport? How could the prices be so inflated? A mere Night King actually requires 10,000 logistics points. Tanu was also surprised, so expensive? It seems like your Night King has a great background. 10,000 points per unit, that's the price of a legend. Bullshit legend. Seeing that the other party's value was 20 times higher than his, Wang Lu was flustered and exasperated. He unceremoniously criticized and slandered, "She's just a waste who can't even make Yuxiang shredded pork. I, the team leader, only have 500 points, I think giving her 300 is enough." Aya's face turned blue with anger. "So that's what you really mean?" Tanu explained, "The price of this logistical point is mainly calculated according to the peak strength. Although this little girl is not in good condition at this time, if she returns to her peak state, she should be able to match a legend." Wang Lu unhappily snorted for a while and then accepted this explanation for the time being. Alas, a hero with low health is really useless. Instead of keeping her population, it's better to make up for it. Wang Lu said as he continued to look down the form. Then, once again, he flew into a rage. F***CK, were you attacked by Golden King because of your black heart? My Night King only has 10,000 points, but even Lu Li's price is 10,000? Does she deserve to be a legend? Or is it because she is close to Aya, so the price goes up? Tanu was also surprised. Her value is also 10,000 points. That doesn't make sense. Her real strength can only be regarded as intermediate high level, at most 1 or 2,000. Is it because of another reason? What? The logistical point, in essence, calculates the logistical consumption. Although, because of the trial, the price is based on a unit's combat strength, but its logistical consumption is also an important factor that affects the price. Perhaps, the reason why this girl's value is so high is because of the amazing logistical consumption? Wang Lu was dumbfounded, because what Tanu said was very likely. Lu Li's cultivation time was still short, so her potential was far from being displayed. In terms of strength alone, she was far from worthy of 10,000 logistical points. However, she could eat a lot. Damn it, what's the point of this? 2 women have already taken up 20,000 points, I have 500 points. Then Little Bai has 600 points, and the stupid dog has 2,400 points. Are you guys trying to rebel? Each one of you is so expensive. There are only 1,500 points left. At most, I can only buy a few laborers. Wait a minute, are those people who tried to pass the trial also based on this standard? They only have a total of 5,000 points, right? Tanu was somewhat embarrassed. The specific calculation is done by the spell mechanism that Golden King left here. If you're not convinced, why don't you talk to Golden King about it? Talk your ass. Are those Holy Light Religion challengers also based on this standard? Their total score is only 5,000 points, right? Tanu said, it's the same standard as yours. Among them, the most valuable legendary rank has 8,000 points, which is probably a bit lower than the average legendary rank. Therefore, he couldn't participate in that battle. Someone else led a large number of legions to participate in the battle. Wang Lu asked, but since those who don't participate in the battle can't pass the trial, then after that, Tanu explained, no, this rule is something that I made later. Because I found that the cheering faces of those onlookers were very hateful, so I simply forbade the onlookers to pass the trial. You can actually change the rules at will? Originally, I couldn't, but I don't know how I slowly could. Wang Lu couldn't help but sigh. Things that had been in disrepair for a long time were really not good. Letting this Tanu casually change the rules, the original intention of this trial to test strategy was completely gone. However, as long as he could pass the trial, why should he care about whether it was strategy or moral integrity? Forget it, 1,500 points is 1,500 points, I admit it. Wang Lu sighed and helplessly looked at Aya and Lu Li. It seems like I'm doomed to face the war of thousands of troops alone, because the rations of our thousands of troops have been eaten up by these 2 women. In the face of Wang Lu's naked resentment, although Aya felt wronged, she had nothing to say. Lu Li quietly hid behind Aya, not daring to look directly at Wang Lu's eyes, and then, as if burying one's ears while stealing a bell, stealthily took a bite of the pie. Regarding Lu Li's behavior, Wang Lu didn't even have the strength to be angry. After casually tapping a few times on the table and distributing the remaining 1,500 points, he sneered, it's nothing more than changing the strategy game to a matchless mowing the grass game. But as long as it's a game, even if it's a fujoshi, I will still pass it for you to see. Military God Tanu, bring it on. Good. Tanu let out a long laugh. His voice was filled with indescribable joy. Although the strength of the young man before him was not very strong, his heroic spirit made him somewhat sympathize with him. And for an opponent who sympathized with him, according to the rules of the barbarian tribe, he should use his greatest strength to defeat and crush the opponent. In the past, when he received the last batch of challengers, because he naturally hated the opposite party, he only used 80 to 90% of his strength, which gave them the chance to win by a narrow margin. But this time, in the face of Wang Lu, he must come up with 20% of his strength. Amidst the laughter, Wang Lu felt that everything in front of him began to distort and change. The narrow square in front of the door was replaced by a vast plain. On the other side of the plain were hundreds of golden guardians, and the phantom of the military god Tanu was surrounded by them. It was a barbarian giant with an astonishing imposing manner. His huge body and resolute face were like an immutable mountain rock. Outside the door, Tanu was still laughing and laughing, looking relaxed and cheerful. However, once he entered the battlefield, all the superfluous emotions were obliterated, leaving only the cold and harsh atmosphere. What a powerful military formation! In the face of the military god Tanu, who was only defeated by Golden King, Aya could not help but exclaim in admiration. As a leader, before the real battle, even if she just looked at the opponent's formation from afar, she could estimate the general strength. How is it compared to you? Wang Lu asked. Aya was silent for a moment. In terms of military formation alone, I am not as good as him. If you don't consider the strength of the commander, the gap between the two sides is about 8-10. Wang Lu was surprised. That's 20% better than you. That's true in terms of military formation alone, but if I really meet him, under fair conditions, I am confident that I can win. Wang Lu said, do you want to charge the enemy alone? Unfortunately, this time there is no enemy for you to fight. The other side is just a phantom, I'm afraid you can't kill him. If you want to win, the only way is to wipe out the enemy. Aya said, it's a pity that I'm still a bit far from being able to freely use my strength. I can do it with 1 or 2 sword strikes, but it's difficult to sustain. And it's impossible to destroy 400 golden guardians with just 1 or 2 sword strikes. In terms of attack and defense attributes alone, the golden guardians were close to the king pill level. And 400 golden guardians, under the command of a commander who was proficient in military formation, had unparalleled power. Unless Aya recovered to her peak state, she could barely suppress them with her real legendary power. But right now, in this kind of weak state, rushing forward was simply courting death. In addition to Aya, the others didn't have the capital to fight against 100 golden guardians. Therefore, Wang Lu nodded. In that case, let's change the way we play. Aya, you are the one who has led the army, so you will command the people behind us. Aya was surprised. The people behind us? You also exchanged the remaining 1,500 points for the army? Looking back, Aya was even more surprised, because behind them, there were 1,500 strong laborers silently waiting for orders. You actually exchanged them for laborers? Yes, laborers that can be exchanged with only 1 logistics point. They have the physical fitness of a middle-order profession and excellent production and construction ability. In the past, when Golden King went on an expedition to the Savage Land, he wanted to watch an opera on the way, so he let his hard workers build a magnificent and exquisitely carved theater in the Gobi Desert within an hour. The interior of the theater could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At that time, there were only 100 laborers responsible for the construction. Aya had also heard of this story. She was deeply impressed. Golden King's elite army is indeed a well-deserved reputation. But what's the use of so many laborers? Wang Lu lightly said, to build a tower. Chapter 333. Build a tower? When she heard Wang Lu's answer, Aya actually had a vague speculation in her heart. It was nothing more than using the strength of hard labor to quickly build a defensive tower. However, the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't figure it out. What kind of tower do you want to build? How do you want to build it? When do you want to build it? The first question was, what kind of defensive tower should be built in order to block the opponent? The opponent was 400 golden guardians whose strength was close to that of King Pill. When they were in a dense formation, they looked like ordinary infantry, but once the battle started, each of them could go up to the sky or down to the ground. Ordinary bunkers and defensive towers might have a miraculous effect in the mortal world, but here, they were meaningless. The full blow of the Golden Guardians could even destroy 10 towers. The second question was, even if Wang Lu had the god-level blueprint to build a super defensive tower that could withstand the Golden Guardians, what about the materials? A clever housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how capable Golden King's hard labor was, it was impossible for them to build an air tower, right? The third question was, even if Wang Lu could solve the material problem, what about the construction time? No matter how efficient Golden King's hard labor was, it was impossible for it to be completed in an instant, and would Tuna give him the time? The first question, you shouldn't ask me, you should ask these hard labor. They are the elite hard labor who are fortunate enough to serve Golden King and have undergone the most rigorous architectural training. It's impossible that they can't even build a few practical defensive towers, right? Besides, even if they can't, I still have a few Dragon Tower blueprints, which are enough to kill all living beings. Aya was shocked. Dragon Tower blueprints? Where did you get the Dragon Tower blueprints? That's one of the top secrets of the Breton Dragon clan. Dragon Tower was a treasure-level building invented by a group of architecture-loving scholars in the heyday of the Breton Dragon clan. Dragon Tower had the ability to defend itself. Without manual operation, it could automatically identify the enemy and use various means to fight the enemy. Depending on the different building materials, the strength it could display would vary from a beginner to a high-order profession. Of course, the Dragon Tower that could be comparable to a high-order profession was so expensive that even the Dragon clan could not afford it. However, the lower-level Dragon Tower was very practical. For example, the Green Dragon Pagoda, which was the most cost-effective, could be built with materials that cost around 500 to 600 spirit stones, magic coins, but its power was enough to rival a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and was close to the Shudan stage. Even cultivators who had just entered the King Pill realm would have to avoid the concentrated fire of dozens of dragon pagodas. The only problem was that the technology required to build a dragon pagoda was too complex. Even among the Dragon clan, the number of people who were proficient in construction could be counted on one's fingers. In Aya's era, the craftsmen who could build a dragon pagoda were almost extinct. In addition, Aya spent her entire life fighting, attacking more than defending, so this kind of defensive weapon was not very useful. Thus, the Dragon Pagoda blueprint was shelved. However, that was still a treasure of the Dragon clan, one of the most valuable treasures in the inheritance. How did it fall into the hands of Wang Lu? Wang Lu said, of course, it was found in the treasure house of Dragon City. In the years that you were away, Bedivere, as the only remaining guardian of Breton Dragon clan, collected a lot of Dragon clan's heritage, and this Dragon Tower blueprint is one of them. Of course I know that. But, how could Bedivere let you into the treasure house? Aya was somewhat in disbelief. It's not that I don't trust you, but Bedivere should know what the Breton Dragon clan's heritage means. Except for me, even his wife is not allowed to enter the treasure house. Wang Lu said, I told him that I'm your gigolo. And then he let you in? Of course not. Bedivere is such a strict person, how could he break the rules just because I'm a mere gigolo? But I also told him that our child will be born next year, so I intend to give the child a gift, and also give you a big surprise. Upon hearing Wang Lu's explanation, Aya was petrified and motionless. Wang Lu said, so I asked him to recommend the good things in the treasure house, and he recommended the Dragon Pagoda blueprint. He said that if I can build a Dragon Pagoda according to the blueprint, even if it's the lowest level bone Dragon Pagoda, as the guardian of the newborn child, it will make you very happy. Now it seems like Bedivere has really made a great contribution. Aya didn't even have the strength to speak. As for your second problem, materials, it was also Bedivere who helped to solve it. Under the oppression of Holy Light religion, his biggest need is self-defense, and Dragon Pagoda is his first choice as a defensive weapon. Over the years, he has accumulated a lot of materials, but he has always lacked craftsmen who can build it. During this period, he reluctantly recruited some, but they were soon corrupted by Holy Light religion. And because of the secrecy of the construction of Dragon Pagoda, he didn't dare to let Holy Light religion know about it. Therefore, the construction has never been successful. At that time, when I asked for the blueprint, he also gave me a lot of materials. Fortunately, my mustard seed bag is big enough, ha. As for the third problem, the construction time is indeed a problem. What kind of person is Tanu? How could he not see through my trick? However, even if he can see through it, so what? As long as he personally goes into action, those mere puppets would be as vulnerable as clay chickens and pottery dogs. You personally go into action? Don't tell me you want to use your original magical ability to slow them down. That's impossible. The difference in strength is too big. The difference in strength is too big? Wang Lu smiled. I am in Shidon stage. During this period of time in the Western continent, I have made some progress, so I can barely be regarded as a high-level Shidon. But my real defense is invincible below Yuanying stage. And the opposite side is just a group of puppets suspected to be the King Pill. Aya said, it's a group, not a single one. But, if they can't even break the defense, what's the difference between a group and a single one? Tanu is a master of military tactics, so it's impossible for his soldiers to be in a state of disunity. Once their power is integrated, with 400 people working together, even a Yuanying stage cultivator would not be able to face them head-on. Do you think I will give them the opportunity to integrate their power? You underestimate the Void Spirit root too much. Even in the Western continent, I still have a way to make them in a state of disunity. No matter how great my ability is, I can't do it. Humph, it's time to show my real skill. Wang Lu. Aya furrowed her brows and inwardly lamented that she really couldn't see through him. Indeed, Wang Lu never did things that he was not sure of. His confidence now must have something to rely on. However, Aya could clearly see that Wang Lu didn't have enough strength to contend against 400 golden guardians. Both of them came down from the Spirit Sword Mountain, so Aya basically knew his cards. Don't worry, don't forget that I'm your way to win the war. Otherwise, let's make a bet. If I can single-handedly delay them long enough, you have to give me something. What do you think? Aya asked, what do you want? I haven't thought about it yet, why don't you put it on my tab first? Okay, it's a deal. Wait for me to come back. With that, Wang Lu no longer paid attention to Aya. His feet touched the ground and went straight to the other side of the plain, where the army of the military god Tanu was. He was really alone in facing thousands of troops. However, Tanu seemed to have predicted this. The moment Wang Lu set off, he issued an order. Disperse. With that order, the 400 golden guardians dispersed, never giving the opponent a chance to catch them all. In this regard, Wang Lu couldn't help but admire the opponent's caution and keenness. His plan to capture a large number of enemies with his original magical ability had failed before it even started. However, so what if the formation dispersed? Because his goal was not actually the Golden Guardians and Golden Warlocks, these miscellaneous soldiers. He went straight in with only one goal, Tanu himself. As long as he dealt with this military god, the 400 Golden Guardians would just be like a plate of loose sand, a fish on the chopping board. However, Tanu's phantom was indifferent to this, letting Wang Lu break into the formation with irresistible force. Some of the nearby Golden Guardians formed groups of 2 or 3 and cooperated to intercept him. Under the command of Tanu, these golden guardians cooperated with each other, which doubled their strength. However, they were all easily bounced off by the sword of Mount Kun, completely unable to slow down Wang Lu's pace. As for Tanu himself, he led a few dozens of golden guardians and stood motionless, as if he was waiting for Chu Yuncheng's arrival. From that pair of cold eyes, Wang Lu couldn't read any of the opponent's psychological fluctuations. Tanu in the state of the military god was like a precise clock. Every action of his had a clear purpose, and any external attack could not shake his stability. Therefore, Wang Lu couldn't even tell if Tanu had set a trap for him to fall into, or if he was just bluffing. However, no matter what it was, how could an arrow that had been shot go back? Wang Lu took a step forward and arrived in front of the army. In the middle of the army, Tanu also gently opened his mouth, ready to issue a new order. According to Wang Lu's guess, it was very likely that the whole army would attack, bypassing Wang Lu and directly attacking the 1,500 hard laborers. Because no matter what Wang Lu's battle plan was, the core and key was those hard laborers. As long as they were killed, no matter how many tricks Wang Lu had, he wouldn't be able to come up with them. It was a drastic response. And at this time, because the Golden Guardians were scattered, it was impossible for Wang Lu to lock all of them in his original magical ability, not to mention that with his current cultivation base, his original magical ability could not possibly contain hundreds of Golden Guardians at the same time. However, Wang Lu didn't come to fight head-on. He put his hand into his pouch, took out an exquisite gold medal and raised it up high. In the next moment, an astonishing aura and pressure suddenly burst out from the gold medal, like an invisible ripple sweeping out in all directions. In an instant, the sky of the entire battlefield seemed to be pressed down by a lot. A supreme majestic voice descended from the sky, shaking everyone's heart. "Bastards, kneel!" At the same time, the army of military god Tanu knelt on the ground, without any resistance. Under this change, military god Tanu's complexion finally changed slightly. His sharp eyes pierced the gold medal. Apparently, he had seen through Wang Lu's trick. Unfortunately, if Tanu was not a phantom, but his real body, his gaze would be enough to pierce through the gold medal. Unfortunately, he was powerless at this time. On the battlefield, he was indeed the commander of an army, but the army under his command was, after all, someone else's army. Seeing that the battlefield quieted down in an instant, Wang Lu also gently breathed a sigh of relief. When I saw the dignified barbarian military god using the army of Golden King, I knew that it's time to show my real knockoff skills. Chapter 334. The gold medal was, of course, fake. The token that symbolized the supreme authority of Golden King, in the tens of thousands of years of rule of Golden King, only a few dozen pieces were issued. For Golden King, who loved absolute centralization of power, putting the authority in the hands of others was simply perverse and intolerable. Therefore, in history, only a few golden tokens were known as rare treasures with great research value and collection value. And any rare treasure, if it was known by a counterfeit grandmaster, there would only be one end. This gold medal had already been made when Wang Lu forged the Golden King's wine cup. The appearance of the gold medal was restored through a large number of historical materials, while the voice and aura of the Golden King were gradually imitated by Wang Lu in several conversations with the Golden King. Although there were not too many similarities, it did have a bit of the unique charm of the Golden King. Wang Lu raised the token high. Under the faint majesty that was vaguely similar to that of Golden King, the army of the military god Tanu collapsed on the spot. All of them knelt on the ground, and no one dared to get up. The army of Golden King couldn't even recognize the token of their lord. This was undoubtedly a tragedy, but it was also an unavoidable tragedy, because for these puppets, the nature of obedience overwhelmed everything. If it was the real army of Golden King, they would never be fooled so easily. Unfortunately, after tens of thousands of years, the brave men who once followed Golden King were only the remains of the puppets, and these puppets had never seen their king since they were born. For Wang Lu, this scene meant that his tactic was a great success, and the counterfeit skill had once again created a miracle. Of course, the counterfeit thing was not glorious, but if the counterfeit could also play the role of the real thing, then whether it was real or fake was no longer important. Wang Lu held the token high and no longer said a word. He just silently let these golden guards kneel down. This gold medal was, after all, a fake. It could only scare these puppets by surprise. But after a long time, no matter how stupid the puppets were, they would still be able to see the clues. Therefore, it was better to talk less. In any case, the historical Golden King was not known for being talkative. Time slipped away bit by bit. Wang Lu quietly held the token. In front of him, the 400 scattered golden guards, 30 golden warlocks, and 8 golden commanders were quietly kneeling on the ground. Their foreheads were deeply buried in the soil, not daring to look directly at the light that belonged to the Golden King. Only Tanu remained standing, quietly waiting for the time to pass. For this precise war machine, feudal resistance was just a waste of time. He had asked the Golden Guardians to stand up several times, but he did not get any response, so he gave up trying. In any case, the effects of the counterfeit wouldn't last for too long. As time passed, the puppets would eventually notice that something was amiss. As expected, about 4 to 6 hours later, one of the commanders moved slightly and started to waver. For the loyal puppets, being able to kneel in front of the Golden King's token was a great gift. Under normal circumstances, even if they collapsed, they would not dare to move. But now, it was obvious that they began to doubt the authority of the gold medal. The commander of the legion had a higher degree of wisdom. Soon, the second and third commanders began to waver. After a while, they simply stood up and glared at Wang Lu. Their eyes were like burning lava. Forging the Golden King's token was undoubtedly a blasphemy, an unforgivable blasphemy. Roar! One of the commanders roared to the sky. The angry sound wave swept across, causing all the golden guards to tremble. They slowly stood up and raised their heads. Their eyes became even more confused. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu smiled, threw away the token, and then turned away. Behind him was a jungle of steel and rocks. Ha ha ha, welcome to my tower defense world. Hundreds and thousands of defense towers of different shapes were intertwined into a complex maze. The dark and solid bone dragon tower, the deep blue-green dragon tower, the manic and unruly red dragon tower, the mysterious black dragon tower, and the holy and radiant holy dragon tower. At this moment, the crystallization of Breton dragon clan's wisdom was undoubtedly revealed. Hundreds and thousands of dragon towers stood side by side, their imposing manner connected, as if it was really an ancient dragon's cave. Even if they were only looking at it from a distance, it made people feel suffocated. This was a real land of death. Even if it was the Golden Guards under the command of the military god Tanu, if they dared to enter the jungle of the defense towers, they would still die. Perhaps before these defense towers were formed, they could disintegrate the opponent with a casual impact, but they had wasted too much time. God of War Tanu, don't just stand there, come and fight to the death. We only have 5 people, if you can rush over, you will win. At this time, Wang Lu had walked into the encirclement of the defense towers and reunited with Aya and the others, while those hard workers had disappeared without a trace. Previously, in order to speed up the work, Wang Lu had ordered them to burn their lives just like the painstaking writer whose deadline was tomorrow but had not written a single word. In one sentence, these amazingly efficient workers burst out with a heaven-defying speed. In just a few hours, they had built a jungle of steel and rocks in a blank space. When the jungle of the defense towers was finally built, the huge building materials in the mustard seed bag were exhausted, and even the mountain not far away was hollowed out. These hard workers finally reached the last moment of their lives. As if they had been burned out, they vanished in a puff of smoke. And the defense towers they left behind were like towering tombstones. In this regard, after a moment of astonishment, a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on the face of the military god Tanu. At this point, even if the military god Tanu's military tactics were twice as powerful, it was impossible for him to rush down the jungle of defense towers with his more than 400 infantrymen. If the commanders were replaced, it would be more likely to be a super long-range artillery. But since the defeat had been decided, the outcome was not so important. Tanu was more concerned about the means by which Wang Lu won. Interesting. This was a heartfelt praise. He had seen too many scenes in his life, but the scene in front of him still made him feel fresh. Very interesting tactics, very interesting opponents. Strictly speaking, Wang Lu had an unfair advantage because he did not show any talent in strategy at all. However, Tanu had never been a person who was too obsessed with victory and defeat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to survive as a guardian in the Golden King's treasure house for tens of thousands of years. "You win this round," Tanu said. Wang Lu was surprised. "You just give up like that?" Tanu said, "If I have a 1% chance of winning this battle, I will definitely fight it out. But since it's not even 1%, I really don't need to let these soldiers die in vain. In the endless years to come, only they can accompany me." Wang Lu nodded and said no more. After the military god Tanu admitted defeat, a dark door opened behind him. "Go, I wish you good luck." When Wang Lu and the others walked through the door and stepped on the shining stairs to the next level, the door slowly closed. At this time, Wang Lu, who was walking at the front of the team, suddenly felt something. He looked back and saw the collapsed world through the gap of the door. On the battlefield just now, the sky was broken, the earth was collapsing, and huge cracks opened up, like the mouth of a wild beast, tearing and swallowing the world little by little. The military god Tanu stood in the middle of the army, his posture like a pine tree, calmly welcoming the end of the world. Is this what the so-called endless years refer to? Wang Lu could not help but be stunned. And Aya, who was behind Wang Lu, felt Wang Lu's gaze and also looked back. At this time, the door suddenly closed. "What a pity. If there is another chance, I really want to have a fair fight with him," Aya said regretfully. "Yes, what a pity," Wang Lu said softly. At the same time, in the depths of the king's treasure house, Paul was shocked and angry, and the uneasiness in his heart had reached the limit. They actually passed. They have passed the 3rd level. He saw the process of Wang Lu passing the level with his administrator authority. At first, he still held a glimmer of hope that Wang Lu would be defeated in front of the military god Tanu. After all, that was a really powerful opponent. If it weren't for Faceless, his road of trial would have ended here. And after Faceless, Tanu modified the rules and became even more difficult to defeat. With Paul's knowledge, he couldn't even think of a way to defeat him. However, as Wang Lu broke through the difficulties again and again with miraculous means, Paul's heart gradually sank. Especially when Wang Lu took out the counterfeit gold medal and forced the Golden Guardians to kneel down, Paul was even more enraged and cursed. Unfortunately, everything was useless. Wang Lu and the others had already walked on the brilliant staircase and would soon reach the 4th level. And when Paul was full of irritation and even faintly frightened, a gentle and friendly voice said with a smile, "Rest assured, their footsteps stop here. In the 4th level, we will end everything." Unfortunately, Faceless One's comfort could not warm people's hearts. And just at this time, a cold voice questioned. "End everything? Just by relying on you waste?" The one who questioned was a warrior in a blood-colored heavy armor. The warrior's hands were leaning on a serrated greatsword, and his whole body was covered with a gloomy and chilling smell of blood. He was the Supreme Inquisitor of Holy Light Religion, the one with the highest number of purified people in the church, Duke Ferdinand. When Wang Lu and the others spent most of the day on the third level, the Supreme Inquisitor finally left them behind and returned to the Holy City alone as fast as he could. At this time, although he was extremely tired, his fighting spirit was still high. Especially when he witnessed Wang Lu break through the third level, which seriously threatened the position of Holy Light Religion in the king's treasure house, he was filled with anger from the bottom of his heart. Heretics who dare to covet my church's holy place must be purified with the most severe punishment. Among the church's 5 legendary saints, the most devout and the most powerful one was undoubtedly the Pope, followed by the Supreme Inquisitor. His fanaticism for the church was almost distorted. 50 years ago, because his daughter fell in love with a heretic, he personally cut off his daughter's head and hung it at the front door of the Inquisitor. As for that heretic, no one knew his whereabouts, and no one wanted to know. With such a deformed and strong belief, Ferdinand naturally loathed the mediocre and incompetent Paul. He always thought that Paul would slow down the church's pace of development, so it was best to cut him down and replace him with a smarter person. Unfortunately, he never got what he wanted. As for Faceless One, a few years ago, he was very optimistic about this ruthless church's sharp knife. Although he didn't have much contact with him, Faceless One's brilliant record made him quite commendable. Unfortunately, after seeing him this time, Ferdinand's heart ignited with anger. Faceless One, do you want to join the fight in this shameful posture? In the eyes of the Supreme Inquisitor, Faceless One's weakness could not be hidden. Not long ago, he was seriously injured by the Night King's sword strike, and now he has not fully recovered. This seriously injured avatar was not even as good as a beginner profession. Participating in the fight would only drag the others down. However, in response to this, Faceless One just glanced at Ferdinand, completely unfazed by this holy one who was above him. He lightly said, "It's none of your business, who do you think you are? Did I invite you? Did I invite you to express your opinion? You." Ferdinand flew into a rage. His serrated greatsword emitted a red light. He couldn't help but want to make his move. If you want to make your move, then go ahead. Kill my avatar, and then use your poor brain to think of tactics to intercept the 9 regions' people. If you succeed, all the credit will be yours. The Sea of Holy Light will certainly favor you. I wish you good luck. Faceless One's tone was sarcastic. He simply didn't put Ferdinand in his eyes. Chapter 335. If you want to kill me, just do it. Good luck. Humph. In the face of Faceless One's ridicule, Ferdinand angrily snorted and then suppressed his anger with great patience. Although he had never personally experienced the 4th trial of the champion, he knew the general outline. In that trial, the fighting ability was not important. What was important was the ability to deal with all kinds of emergencies, as well as the ability to flexibly use the rules to attack the opponent. In this regard, Wang Lu's performance in the first 3 trials was enough to frighten people. The only one who could compete with Wang Lu in this regard was Faceless One. Therefore, he must restrain himself. Faceless One, what are your odds of winning against that Wang Lu? Faceless One completely didn't know how to appreciate kindness. He sneered and said, "Ridiculous question, if I say I have no 10%, will you give up? If I say I have 100%, will you believe me? Don't be so shameless." Just as the situation became more and more rigid, a gentle voice suddenly came in. "Faceless, I also want to know this question. Is it convenient for you to explain it to me?" Hearing this voice, even Faceless One was surprised. The Pope? On the other hand, Paul and Ferdinand bowed at the first instant, not daring to delay at all. Although they were all legendary figures, the Pope, as the number one person in Holy Light religion, was also likely the existence closest to the God realm in the entire Western continent, thus, his status was far higher than other legendary figures. No need to be so polite, I'm just an avatar projection. I came here to understand the situation. Faceless, what card do you have in your hand? Paul and Ferdinand both looked at Faceless One. Since the Pope personally asked, presumably he would not dare to conceal it. However, Faceless One still shook his head. I can't say it, because it would be meaningless. Impudent! Ferdinand angrily shouted. In the doctrine of Holy Light religion, the Pope was the personification of the Sea of Holy Light. Being disrespectful to the Pope could be described as the greatest blasphemy. The Pope himself was exceptionally magnanimous. No harm, since you don't want to say it, then forget it. However, this time's action, Faceless One disdainfully said, do you think I need you to remind me? If I was like these two idiots who needed reminders for everything, I wouldn't be alive today. Ha ha ha. Regarding Faceless One's impudence, the Pope unexpectedly laughed in relief. Good, very good. I can finally leave this place to you without any worries. Faceless One waved his hand. Get the hell out of here. You shouldn't be so relaxed that you have the leisure to come here to show off, right? The Pope nodded, and the avatar projection gradually dissipated. Beside Faceless One, the administrator of the king's treasure house and the Supreme Inquisitor were stunned. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to speak to the Pope like that? As the leader of Holy Light religion, the Pope paid great attention to maintaining the dignity of himself and the Church. Anyone who dared to speak disrespectfully in front of him would be severely and justly punished. Even the high-ranking Archbishop of the Church was no exception. They had once seen with their own eyes a cardinal who was a powerful figure in a region. In front of the Pope's scepter, that cardinal vanished in a puff of smoke. Just because, when he met the Pope, he intentionally used the wrong honorific to test and challenge the authority of the Pope. The Pope's strictness was absolute. The only exception was this scene before them. This was the first time they saw the Pope indulging a person to such an extent that they couldn't help but wonder, what was the relationship between this mysterious Faceless One and the Pope? Could it be? Faceless One lightly said, I am the Pope. What? That's impossible. Humph, two idiots. Faceless One coldly snorted. Enough, get ready to enter the trial passage. The fourth level is about to begin. Phew, this time the stairs are so long. Standing on the long stairs leading to the fourth level, Wang Lu stopped and somewhat wearily sighed. Let's take a break here. With that, he directly sat cross-legged on the ground and divided part of his mind to meditate and restore his magical power. Aya and the others looked at him with a slightly strange look. Was Wang Lu tired? He was indeed tired. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Wang Lu's first 3 levels were simply an understatement, like a hot knife through butter, but as the person involved, Wang Lu did not look as relaxed as it seemed. The first 3 levels were indeed very fast, but each level was like walking on a tightrope. A little bit of carelessness and he would fall into a bottomless abyss. For example, in the first level, the fake wine cup, the guardian of the stone gate, relying on his obsession, increased his strength for thousands of years and was already close to the legendary level. With a roar, he could sweep away all the clouds in the sky within a radius of 100 miles. If a fight really broke out, how long could the Night King, who was not even as good as the Salted Egg Superman, resist? In the second level, the labyrinth, Wang Lu crushed all the way with his original magical ability, digging through the walls and digging through the ground in an inhumane straight line. However, how could the danger of defending the space barrier of the king's treasure house be ordinary? A little bit of carelessness would cause the suppression of the entire treasure house, and Wang Lu's mere Shudan-level magical ability would immediately collapse. As for the third level, using the fake gold medal to deter the Golden Guardians, it was also a risky move. If Tanu's control over the army exceeded his expectation, he would immediately make a fool of himself. Perhaps he could persist for a while with his non-phase sword's heaven-defying defense, but his tower defense strategy would completely collapse. Without the defense tower, in the face of hundreds of tireless Golden Guardians, Wang Lu would not be able to persist until the end. In every level, he almost risked his life. Moreover, every time, he personally stood on the front line. Although it seemed easy, the pressure was real. Even if Wang Lu's psychological quality was good, it was inevitable that he would be somewhat tired. "Senior brother, are you tired?" Lu Li cautiously asked. Wang Lu touched her head and said with a smile, "Tired? What a joke, I can fight you for 300 rounds at any time. Lu Li, you don't have to worry about me. You just have to be obedient and take care of yourself, understand?" Lu Li nodded. "I know, Master said the same thing before we went down the mountain. Be good, when we get back, I'll treat you to a big meal." According to the usual practice, the dialogue between the brothers and sisters should end here. However, this time, Lu Li hesitated for a moment and then suddenly asked, "Senior brother, can you assign me more tasks? I have become stronger than before." Wang Lu gawked for a moment. He didn't expect Lu Li to say such a thing. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lu looked at her from head to toe and then nodded in praise. "I haven't paid attention to you for a while, but you're indeed a bit bigger, in sharp contrast to a certain person who couldn't grow for more than 100 years. Aya closed her eyes. "Is that person in sharp contrast referring to me?" Wang Lu comforted her. "Don't mind it, you're also of rare value." Then he turned around and said to Lu Li, "This doesn't seem like a request that you would make. Lu Li, did you experience something some time ago?" Lu Li thought for a moment. "I found a dessert shop in Dragon City." Around them, Aya and Bai Shixian couldn't help but smile. If it were someone else, this kind of unclear thinking pattern would certainly give them a headache. However, when it came to Lu Li, they couldn't find it annoying. And according to Wang Lu's theory, the reason for this was very simple, because Lu Li was too beautiful. In addition to the dessert shop, there's also a barbecue game that's also very good. It's just opposite the dessert shop. In addition, Lu Li's eyes shone as she recollected her memories. Wang Lu frowned. "Wait a minute, I asked the wrong question. How about this, you write down the recipes for the past month for me, in chronological order from the back to the front. Don't forget to write down the water you drink." Lu Li let out an "oh" sound and didn't ask why. She just honestly wrote it down. As a sword cultivator, her fingers and wrist were extremely nimble. In a twinkling of an eye, she had filled several sheets of paper and finally finished writing down the recipes for the first morning. Aya couldn't help but shake her head and then curiously asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so serious?" During this period of time, Lu Li's progress is indeed great. Soon, she can try the king pill, so it's normal for her to be proactive. Wang Lu said, "Don't think that I'm making a fuss about nothing. Lu Li's brilliant sword heart has been cultivated to this day. Her whole person is pure and spotless, the same inside and out. However, on the other hand, even a trace of dust would be particularly conspicuous. With her character, she goes with the flow and doesn't care about the outside world. In addition to food and immortal cultivation, have you ever seen her take the initiative to ask for anything? Especially after she came to the Western continent, she was entrusted by the elders on the mountain to listen to my instructions in everything. Therefore, she never takes the initiative to ask for anything. It's really hard to imagine that she would say those words for no reason. So that's how it is. Aya looked at Wang Lu's serious expression and inwardly sighed. Wang Lu really doted on Lu Li. Moreover, he took good care of her. However, a girl like Lu Li would, of course, be likable. Therefore, it was natural for Wang Lu to like her. Before long, Lu Li had written a thick stack of paper from memory. 1 month's recipes were all listed on it. Not even a cup of water was left out. Wang Lu picked up the recipe and carefully reviewed it. His reading speed was very fast. In just a cup of tea time, he had finished reading hundreds of pages of paper. He closed his eyes and sorted out his thoughts for a moment. Then, he opened one of the pages, pointed to a line of words and asked, Lu Li, on this day, which is the day when we just won the Blood Holy Nights in Dragon City, I gave you a holiday to eat and drink in the commercial district. But, what's with this drink? Aya leaned over to take a look and saw that Lu Li's diet record was very detailed. In addition to what she ate and drank, even the time she used to eat was clearly written. This memory was really admirable. And at the place where Wang Lu pointed, it was written, a cup of cold drink from a kind-hearted person. X hour X minute to X hour X minute. What's wrong with this paragraph? Wang Lu said, there are 2 problems. First, I told her that the food given by strangers must not be eaten or even touched easily. I don't think Lu Li would disobey my order for no reason. Second, it took too long. How could it take so long to drink a cup of drink? Aya laughed in spite of herself. Of course, a drink needs to be tasted slowly, not drunk. Wang Lu coldly said, what kind of person do you think Lu Li is? It's not like you haven't seen her eat. Chapter 336. For Wang Lu's rebuttal, Aya was suddenly speechless. Lu Li's table manners were not ugly. Obviously, when she was a child, she was carefully corrected by her master. Every movement seemed quiet and elegant, as long as the speed was slowed down by 100 times. Moreover, although Lu Li had a good appreciation for food, she was actually not picky. Except for the extremely difficult to swallow, Aya automatically excluded the dishes that she cooked. No matter what, she would eat it with relish. Her eating speed had always been jaw-dropping. Although the 2 problems pointed out by Wang Lu were slightly far-fetched, they were indeed doubtful points. Lu Li, what happened at that time? Lu Li was very calm. Although the kind-hearted magician told her not to mention it to her senior brother, since her senior brother asked, she, of course, would not hide it. Therefore, each of them played 2 roles, retelling the dialogue at that time word for word. Even the tone of the magician was imitated vividly. After listening to this conversation, anyone could tell that there was a problem. Is this a psychological attack? Wang Lu sneered. Obviously, if you want to target me, the best way is to target Lu Li. And if you want to target Lu Li, general psychological attack will not be effective. Although Lu Li was natural, she was not an idiot. Moreover, after many years of training by her master Zhou Ming, as well as long-term training by Wang Lu, she had a very strong resistance to general psychological attack. It was almost impossible to trigger her negative emotions, to make her feel guilty, to make her waver, to make her confused. She didn't have those negative emotions at all. But what if it's from the front? Using sacrifice, dedication, and winning the love of others to induce her thinking, after all, she is not invulnerable. Brilliant sword heart. Once something happens to Liu Li, it will be a fatal blow to me. Fatal blow? Aya looked at Wang Lu with a bit of surprise. Does he mean to say that he has already? Wang Lu said, for me, I can accept anyone else in the team if something happens to them, except for Lu Li. She must not have an accident. If something happens to the others, the most I can do is take responsibility as the leader. At worst, I can just say that I made a mistake in using people. Because none of you are children, you all have the ability to stand on your own and know how to take care of yourselves. However, Luli was different. In this strange continent, there was no way for her to survive alone. This was different from the experiential learning of the Lingjian school disciples. According to Uncle Zhou Ming's original intention, he was opposed to Luli coming to the Western continent before the completion of the King Pill. It was my strong advocacy that persuaded Uncle Zhou Ming to agree. During this period, Luli was entrusted by her uncle to trust me unreservedly. She would not violate anything, nor would she overstep anything, fearing that something would go wrong. Therefore, by the same logic, I have to bear the responsibility of taking care of her safety. After listening to Wang Lu's explanation, Aya was quite touched. Responsibility was one of the many virtues that Aya valued the most. More than 100 years ago, when her country was torn apart and she herself suffered heavy losses, it was her sense of responsibility for Bretonia that drove her to continue to walk on as a spirit of the brave departed until today. And the people that she most appreciated were precisely those who had a strong sense of responsibility. After Wang Lu finished his explanation, he said to Luli, "Luli, forget that person's words, don't remember a single word." Luli gawked for a moment, but she still didn't ask anything and just nodded. "I understand, I will forget it." Good girl." Wang Lu touched the girl's head. "Now that you've rested enough, let's continue our journey." Before long, the group of people came to the end of the stairs. The situation was very similar to the previous 3 levels. Behind the stairs was a small square, and a gray stone gate blocked the way. However, unlike the previous levels, the surface of the stone gate and the rock walls on both sides were engraved with a large number of murals. When Wang Lu and the others approached, a wave-like ripple appeared on the stone door, which then formed a vague human face and said in a very stiff and rigid voice, "Welcome to the brave challengers. This time, you are not facing the guardian of the Golden King, but a challenger like you. They have the same powerful strength as you, and the same cunning wisdom. It's very difficult, but if you want to be the champion of the Golden King, you must prove that your strength is stronger than your competitors." Wang Lu asked, "How do you prove it?" "Go to the top of beautiful unique Pool Peak and pick up the Sun God Stone, then you can prove your qualification." Beautiful unique Pool Peak? Sun God Stone? Listening to these 2 completely unfamiliar terms, Wang Lu couldn't help but feel strange. He then looked back at Aya. As a scholar of the Western continent, if there was something strange in this land, it would not be wrong to ask her. Aya recalled for a moment. The era of the Golden King has passed for too long. During this period, there have been many changes in the continent. There are many changes in the terrain, and there are also many places with completely different names. The name Beautiful Unique Pool Peak, I have an impression of 4 or 5 places. However, if I'm not mistaken, the most famous one is located in the savage land that is even more distant than the Ice Thorns Plateau. There are countless miracles and mysteries there. However, even I know very little about the specific story. The stone gate said with a sinking voice, "If you want to know about Beautiful Unique Pool Peak and the Sun God Stone, then carefully look at the murals here, which record everything." With that, the stone gate burst out a ray of light, which lit up all the murals on both sides of the rock wall and the surface of the stone gate. Thousands of murals, as if they were alive, rotated to form a moving image in front of Wang Lu. At the same time, the stone gate issued a dull sound as a narration. "TSK, is this the original version of a documentary?" The murals told a story that happened tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the Golden King had not yet completely ruled the continent, and the Golden Kingdom was surrounded by countless enemies. Golden King raised his army and went on an expedition in all directions. His army was invincible, but it also experienced a lot of bitter battles. One of the battles could be described as the one that determined the fate of the Golden King. After winning 13 battles in a row, he was about to lead his exhausted army back to the capital. However, in the rear of the Golden Kingdom, his former ally suddenly turned against him. Taking advantage of the fact that Golden King was on an expedition, he launched a surprise attack. Thousands of troops and horses went straight to the capital, which put the Golden Kingdom in a precarious situation. At the time of crisis, Golden King resolutely made a decision. He abandoned his army and single-handedly returned to the capital. As one of the strongest people on the continent at that time, it was much faster to act alone than to lead an army, although it was also much more dangerous. At that time, many people thought that Golden King was crazy and actually courted his own death, but later it turned out that it was his bravest and wisest decision. He acted alone and rushed back to the capital one step ahead of the enemy. Relying on his years of prestige, he quickly formed an army and launched a desperate fight against the enemy. In the attack and defense of the capital, he personally went out and killed the enemy's leader, which established the victory. Then, his army marched straight in, wiped out the ally who betrayed him, and burned his country in a raging flame. However, Golden King was not satisfied, because the man who personally ordered the attack on his country did not die, but led his personal guards to flee to the wilderness. The wasteland was a dead end, but he would rather die than fall into the hands of Golden King. However, Golden King was not willing to let him go. He would rather take the same risk to go deep into the wasteland and catch his enemy. It was a pursuit war with death. The two sides scrambled to go deep into the land of death. The deeper they went into the wilderness, the more dangerous the environment was, because it was an absolutely unknown place that no one had ever explored before. The enemy of Golden King was one of the most skilled escapees in the continent. No one knew how long Golden King chased him before he finally caught him and punished him with the cruelest means. The murals used hundreds of pages to describe the cruel means of Golden King in detail. Obviously, it was also the proudest work of Golden King in his life. Previously, when Golden King turned the tide and led his army to defeat the enemy, he only used 2 or 3 paintings to describe it. But the story did not end there, because when the enemy was tortured and on the verge of death, he made a bold move. The Grey Guardian of the Stone Gate tried to imitate the tone of the enemy with a dull and rigid voice. "Gil, do you think you have conquered everything? Do you think your power can cover the whole continent? Open your eyes and see. Look around us, look at the endless distance, look at the mountain that runs through the sky. Before that, we never even knew that there was such a vast space in the continent. This is a strange and mysterious land, and you, as a small, lowly mortal, can never conquer it all. This continent is far more vast than you think, and you are far from being as supreme as you think you are." For the enemy's provocation, Golden King gave the highest profile response. "Ridiculous bastard, how dare you question my authority? This land, no matter how vast it is just my back garden. If there is any strange corner in my back garden, I will conquer it. Gil, you are always so brilliant, always so confident, as if everything in the world is under your control. Unfortunately, this is just an illusion. You are just a mortal. Compared with this world, your lifespan, everything about you is insignificant. You can't conquer everything. Gil, how about this? If you can really conquer that mountain, I will tell you the reason why I betrayed you. I don't care about the bastard's excuse." With that, Golden King crushed his head and then turned his eyes to the mountain hidden in the clouds. "But, nothing in this world can be separated from my rule. The mountain hidden in the sea of clouds, you will become my possession." At the end of the story, it described how Golden King went through untold hardships to cross the sea of clouds and climb to the peak. Golden King finally picked a magical gem at the top of the mountain. The power of the gem made him immortal and completely established his 1,000-year achievement. And that mountain was regarded by Golden King as a symbol of his omnipotence, named after the word beautiful unique Pool Peak, which symbolized the supreme in the ancient language. Challengers, follow in the footsteps of the king, climb the beautiful unique Pool Peak, and pick the sun god stone. Of course, all of this must be done before your challengers. With that, the image of the mural disappeared completely, and the stone gate became silent. Chapter 337. When the stone gate finished the mural demonstration, the group fell into a long silence. It was indeed an interesting story, but the point was obviously not that story. Among the more than 1,000 murals, Golden King used 99% of them to describe how he turned the tide and established his extraordinary feats, which fully showed his love of luxury and show-off. However, among those murals, only a few of them were really related to the road to the champion's trial. Moreover, most of them were used to show the wisdom and bravery of the king. As for how Golden King broke through the sea of clouds and climbed to the peak, there was no mention of it. The available information was almost zero. It seems like we can only rely on ourselves. After thinking for a while, Wang Lu came to this conclusion. These murals are really interesting. Rather than saying that Golden King is taking the opportunity to show off, I think it's more like he is deliberately concealing his adventure. It seems that there's something unbearable in the sea of clouds. But then again, climbing the beautiful unique Pool Peak and picking the sun god stone. Is it the real beautiful unique Pool Peak? Or is it just a replica of Golden King, similar to the rockery and potted plants in the back garden? Moreover, why would he deliberately design such a trial? It's really thought-provoking. Aya worriedly said, compared to the intention of Golden King, I'm more worried about the challenger mentioned by the stone gate. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the administrator of Holy Light Religion, right? In this trial, he will personally compete with us, but this kind of competition is very disadvantageous to us, because the information between the two sides is completely asymmetric. He has completed this trial a long time ago, so now he's very familiar with it. However, we have to start from scratch, and we have no idea what kind of difficulties we will encounter. Wang Lu said, that's normal. The other side is the defending champion, so it's inevitable that there will be preferential treatment. But isn't this a common thing? Whether it's you or me, we all have the experience of leapfrog challenge. The opponent we met has a longer cultivation time than us, a higher stage than us, and even more complete equipment. No matter from which aspect, it's an unfair fight, but we still won all the way until now. So what does it matter if it's fair or not? That's right, it's just. Aya laughed in spite of herself. I can't believe it's you who encourages me. Wang Lu laughed. I'm your gigolo. At the same time, in front of another stone door, several people in holy robes had just finished looking at the murals. Really, we have already seen it once, but he still forced us to see it again. Golden King's habit of showing off has not changed even after his death. Standing at the head of the team, Paul sighed. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, showing a somewhat relaxed look. And behind him, in addition to Faceless One and Supreme Inquisitor Ferdinand, there were 5 other Archbishop-level priests. They were the Pope's personal guards. Under the Pope's instruction, they joined as assistants in this operation to ensure that the operation would be foolproof. The addition of these people greatly boosted Paul's confidence. After all, no matter what, the opponents were just a few young people whose real strength was barely comparable to a high-order intermediate profession. As for the Night King's heroic spirit, if she still had her peak strength, she might be very difficult to deal with, but now she was no longer a threat. In terms of strength, Holy Light religion occupied an absolute advantage. The reason why those blasphemers were able to smoothly pass the first 3 levels was not because of their strength, but because in the face of the rigid checkpoints, they were able to devise tricks. However, in the 4th level, the opponent became a living person, so everything became a pure competition of strength. There was no possibility of using tricks. Moreover, the strength advantage was only one of them. In fact, in the 4th level, strength was not the key to victory. What really made Paul feel that the victory was in his grasp was the advantage in experience. After going in, everyone pay attention to my footsteps. Before arriving at beautiful unique Pool Peak, there is a chaotic sea of clouds, which is a space with chaotic laws. You will often encounter a unique law suppression. For example, some places prohibit the existence of fire elements, so no one can light a fire. Some places prohibit the trial participants from speaking, and violators will die without a doubt. And these laws cannot be broken by brute force, so you can only seriously abide by them. In the past, even with the power of Golden King, he had to follow the rules step by step. During this period, he lost his way several times and was in a sorry state. Therefore, that experience was not recorded on the murals. And the last time, we were able to smoothly pass it, which was somewhat due to luck. Paul did not mention the role of Faceless One and instead encouraged the team's morale. But this time, we are already familiar with the road. Even after more than 80 years, I still remember every step of this level. From stepping into the sea of clouds to arriving at beautiful unique Pool Peak, I am confident that I will not make the slightest mistake. Therefore, you can rest assured to follow me and listen to my orders. Although it is not the real Sun God stone, it is an imitation made by Golden King to commemorate his great achievements, and its value is not below that of a sacred tool. Therefore, perhaps we should thank those blasphemers. Without them, I have no way to restart this level. Paul said, laughed, and then took the lead to walk through the stone door. However, at this time, they heard Faceless One, who stood at the end of the team, sarcastically said, "It sounds like you already have the victory in your hands?" Ridiculous, the characteristic of idiots is that they are habitually brainless optimistic. I'm really looking forward to seeing you hysterically shout, "This is impossible." Paul turned his head and angrily said, "Faceless, if you're afraid, you can shut up and stay outside the door." Afraid? Faceless One frivolously said with a smile, "I'm indeed afraid. I'm afraid that when the time comes, you will cry endlessly, kneel down and beg me for help, and conveniently rub your snot on my shoes." Paul was ashamed and angry at the same time. Enough. Don't think that just because you had some performance in the champion's trial that you can look down on everyone. It was thanks to your help that I cleared the trial last time, but I've already memorized all the steps to clear the trial. It doesn't matter whether I have you or not. In this level, you don't have any qualification to tell me what to do. Oh, what an unyielding and messy speech, it's simply touching. Faceless One sarcastically smiled and then reached out his hand. Then let's wait and see. Yes, let's wait and see. You will definitely pay for your arrogance and rudeness. In resentment, Paul led the team into the stone door. Everyone felt that the scenery in front of them changed. A vast sea of clouds appeared in front of them, and on the other side of the sea of clouds was a towering mountain that pierced the sky. Beautiful unique Pool Peak, the symbol of the authority of the Golden King, was everywhere. They stood on a floating island, surrounded by the vast sea of clouds. Once they stepped out of the island, it meant that they had officially set foot on the road to the mountain, and they had to face the murderous intent of the chaotic sea of clouds. According to Paul's memory, the best way to start should be to take the first step in a rock crevice, and a rock crevice, With a hint of surprise, Paul began to carefully observe the surrounding scenery. However, a moment later, his heart was frightened and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Here, what is this place? Compared with the narrow but familiar island in his memory, the land under his feet, although also narrow and depressing, had almost no other characteristics. Even the color of the land was completely different. And when he looked again, the angle of the distant beautiful unique pool peak was also completely different from his memory. In other words, the starting point is different from the last time. This. Paul stared with wide eyes, sweating profusely. His dry lips opened and closed, but he couldn't spit out a word. What is this? Is this impossible? An idiot is an idiot. Faceless One's voice seemed so harsh at this time. I've always wondered, where did you get the confidence to think that everything will be exactly the same as the last time? Even if you are as stupid as a pig or a dog, you should know that the two trials can't have the same process. Even if we don't consider the unpredictable nature of the chaotic sea of clouds, last time there was only one group of challengers, but this time there are two groups. The focus of the entire trial has changed. And you actually think that everything will be exactly the same as the last time. Listening to Faceless One's ridicule, Paul felt blood rushing to his face, but he couldn't say a word. Faceless One, continuing to laugh at Paul will not help our action. The Supreme Inquisitor Ferdinand interrupted Faceless One with a sinking voice. You will lead the team to do what you want to do. Paul was startled. Ferdinand, you, enough, idiot. Don't you think your appearance is ugly enough? I didn't come here to see how you make a fool of yourself. Hurry up and end this trial and purify the blasphemer. Faceless One laughed. Ha ha ha, no wonder those Easterners often say that fresh flowers need green leaves to set them off. Compared with that idiot Paul, you, this idiot, actually look a bit more pleasing to the eye. With that, Faceless One took the lead and his figure directly submerged into the clouds. However, before he could take 2 steps, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the clouds, "Come here, quickly." Upon hearing Faceless One's cry, the others were startled. What kind of situation could make this arrogant and lawless guy cry out in alarm? Did he encounter Wang Lu and the others? Without thinking too much, they flew into the sea of clouds. However, just as their bodies were wrapped in the clouds, they felt their whole body sink. The intense holy light that filled their bodies instantly dimmed, as if they were being suppressed by an unknown force. Their strength was reduced to less than 1/10. This is. Paul and Ferdinand were not the only ones who were shocked. The 5 archbishops who had been nurtured by the Pope as death warriors were also horrified. It was because a large part of the power they relied on the most had been destroyed for no apparent reason. Faceless One, what's going on here? Ferdinand's voice seemed a bit weak. This legendary level Holy One, at this time, was actually weakened to the intermediate high order. Moreover, even after exhausting all means, he still couldn't recover it. He had experienced great winds and waves in his life, but this was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. Faceless One laughed, spread out his hands and said, Paul should have explained to you before that in the sea of clouds, the suppression of the law is everywhere. And now, the suppression that we have to bear is that once we enter, our strength will at most be retained at the intermediate high-order profession level. King Ghost Place. Ferdinand cursed, and then his sharp eyes pierced Faceless One. You already knew it would be like this? Faceless One said, I knew it the first time I stepped into the sea of clouds. Otherwise, why would I tell you to come quickly? If I hadn't lured you here by surprise, after knowing the situation here, you would definitely hesitate outside, and we don't have that much time to waste. What did you say? I mean, if we don't hurry up, we won't have a chance. This sea of clouds with unpredictable law seems to be tailor-made for him. Although Faceless One was stating an urgent fact, his tone was calm. Halfway through, he suddenly turned his head. Oh, by the way, the nail I buried in that girl's body should have been discovered, right? Chapter 338. At the same time, at the other end of the chaotic sea of clouds, a team of challengers was quietly walking in the clouds. The crisp impact of their footsteps on the flagstone ground continued to reverberate in the gray haze, as if they were in a closed and depressing hall. Wang Lu, do you feel that the air here is a bit depressing? In the silence, Aya suddenly opened her mouth. A bit depressing? Wang Lu wrinkled his nose and sniffed. Do you want to say that in the treasure house of Golden King, this dictatorship ruler, there is a lack of democracy and freedom? I don't know what you're talking about. Aya sighed. What I want to say is, in this place, it seems that the power of the profession is suppressed. Moreover, the suppression comes from the law of origin, and there is simply no way to resist. Wang Lu was surprised. Is there such a thing? I didn't notice it at all. Non-phase method was not known for its sensitivity, but his void spirit root was the most sensitive physique in the world. Although he had to experience the transformation of the law in the Western continent, it was not to the extent that he didn't know it when he was in a place with the law of suppression. Is the suppression serious? Wang Lu asked. Fortunately, here, it seems that our power level is suppressed to intermediate high order, that is, around Yuanying stage. Aya said, fortunately, I'm not in a good state, so I'm not greatly affected. What about you? Aren't you asking the obvious? Wang Lu was silent for a moment, and then sighed. Although I'm not even the king pill, when you said it like that, I have a complex feeling of being a well-known writer being stuffed with a child's ticket. In short, this place doesn't seem to want us to have too strong individual strength, but for a mere intermediate high order to explore the sea of clouds that even Golden King would find tricky, it's really too much. Aya frowned, extremely puzzled. Moreover, what is the significance of this restriction? Wang Lu said, at present, the biggest significance is to play the role of novice protection, because this restriction is very advantageous for a weak team like us, but absolutely disadvantageous for Holy Light religion. In order to deal with us, they must have gathered their most powerful team. I'm afraid they even have more than one legendary rank. Unfortunately, all of them are now wasted. Aya asked, do you think someone did this on purpose? For example. Wang Lu hesitated and said, from the result, it does seem that Golden King is deliberately taking care of us. After all, if we win, it will be more beneficial to him. However, it was hard to imagine that this kind of thinking pattern would be the thinking pattern of Golden King. With his character, perhaps he would disdain to play this kind of small trick to suppress one side and elevate the other side. If we want to win the championship and seize the administrator's position, we must use our own strength to prove our qualifications within the established framework. Moreover, in my impression, although Golden King is cruel and heartless, he has never been regarded as nepotism. He doesn't even recognize his own family. Aya sighed. That's true. I don't think someone as proud as the Golden King would use such a cheap trick. Forget it. I'll think about things I can't figure out later. This is a long journey, and the truth will eventually be revealed. While the two were talking softly, Bai Shishuan's voice suddenly came from the front. Senior brother, Aya, please come and take a look. Wang Lu and Aya looked at each other and then quickly walked to the front of the team. They saw Bai Shishuan standing there with a puzzled look. Beside her, as the pathfinder, Quan Zouhua, uneasily shook his fur, looked straight ahead, and made a gurgling sound from his throat. And in front of them, in the thick haze, there was a vague shadow of a huge castle. This is, a castle? Aya was surprised. How could there be a castle here? Beautiful unique Pool Peak is located at the edge of the wasteland, a place where no human has lived for tens of thousands of years in the western continent. How could there be such a mark of human civilization? Is it the legacy of Golden King? In the process of crossing the Sea of Clouds, did he build a castle as a palace? Aya's speculation was in line with Golden King's extravagant temperament, but this speculation was quickly denied by her. No, although this castle is huge, its style is too simple. If it was Golden King, he would not build it so crudely. Either he didn't build it, or he built it to be dazzling. Moreover, this castle always gives people an unfathomable feeling. Its history seems to be very long, longer than any era that we know. Aya said, and her attention was gradually attracted by the castle. Hidden in the haze, the castle was like an observer that had experienced the vicissitudes of life for hundreds of millions of years, indifferently watching everything around it. Its cold figure made people shudder, but it also contained an irresistible mysterious charm. Bai Shixian asked, "Senior brother, do you want to go and take a look?" Of course, we can't just turn a blind eye to it. After walking for so long, this castle is the only clue. Previously, when the group of people entered the fourth level through the stone gate, they were immediately swallowed by the thick clouds and instantly lost all their vision. Not to mention the once clearly distinguishable beautiful unique pool peak that stood on the other side of the Sea of Clouds. Wang Lu looked down and couldn't even see his own feet. This isolation of perception not only came from the physical level, but also from the chaotic Sea of Clouds, which contained a very special force that severely limited the perception of the challengers. Without perception, there was no other reference in the Sea of Clouds, plus the disordered space here, so it was impossible to locate them. In Wang Lu's view, this was like an invisible barrier that bound them to only go to the designated place. Therefore, when the castle appeared, Wang Lu immediately made a judgment that they must enter the castle. Because if they missed such an obvious clue, they would likely be lost in the Sea of Clouds forever. After Wang Lu led the crowd to the castle gate slowly opened, revealing a faint light, as if the castle was coldly welcoming them. Following the direction of the light, the group of people cautiously entered the castle. When Aya, who was at the back, also stepped through the door, the heavy and huge castle door suddenly closed, and then disappeared into the thick fog that suddenly appeared. Aya very vigilantly turned around and swung her sword. The more than 3 feet long stone sword swept backward, but it only hit empty air. The sharp sword chi tore through the clouds, creating a hundreds of meters long tumble, but there was no trace of the castle gate. The gate is gone. Wang Lu was not surprised. It means to let us move forward and not look back. Okay, then let's see what is in this castle. After an hour. Senior brother, we've also explored the second floor. The structure is similar to the first floor. It's a winding corridor with 10 rooms on each side. Each room leads to a different plane, and each of them contains very rich resources. Bai Shixian reported in a soft voice. She was also holding a few crystal stones that could record images and sounds. This is the video recording of me and Luli when we explored separately, please review it, senior brother. Wang Lu waved his hand. No need to look at it. Since the structure is similar to the first floor, I'm afraid the content is also similar. There are a total of 80 rooms on the 2 floors, leading to 80 different places. Each independent plane is rich in 1 or 2 kinds of resources. This castle is like a warehouse, a transit station. It allows us to make sufficient preparations before embarking on the real journey. As Wang Lu said this, he looked at the tightly closed gate not far away. His brows gradually wrinkled, and his eyes turned sharp. Get ready to break through the fog blockade outside the door. Behind the door was an absolute blockade of fog. It was not difficult to open the door. Although it was thick and solid and could not be destroyed by brute force, as long as the right position was used, it could be pushed open. But after pushing open the door, it was so thick that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Stepping inside was like walking into a different dimensional space. No matter how hard they tried to move forward, they couldn't get more than 3 feet away from the door. Wang Lu let everyone in the team try it. After walking out of the door, it was like being possessed. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move forward. The law of space seemed to be imprisoned. In addition to this door, there were 80 rooms inside the castle. Although each led to a different area, each of them was a dead end, which was not the direction they should go. Therefore, the situation temporarily fell into a deadlock. Sort out your thoughts, Wang Lu. After finishing the exploration of a room on the first floor, Aya returned to the hall on the first floor, exhausted. Now we seem to be trapped. There were only 2 doors leading to the outside world. One was the entrance, which disappeared into the sea of clouds after Wang Lu and the others entered. The other was the obstacle that they needed to break through. Both seemed to be dead ends. Wang Lu said, according to the current situation, the meaning of this level should be that we need to find something in these 80 rooms before we can move forward. I have just found something similar to sesame in the room of crops, but it seems to be completely useless. Aya completely couldn't understand Wang Lu's obsession with sesame, so she had to say, "Do you want to take a part of the resources in these 80 rooms and try them one by one? It's the most inefficient and the stupidest method. But if there's no other clue, we can only try it first." As a professional adventurer, Wang Lu always hated the inefficient method. However, if there was no other way, he would not insist on it. After all, even the stupidest method was better than hesitation. However, just as Wang Lu was about to mobilize the crowd to collect resources, Lu Li's cheerful laughter suddenly came from above his head. "Ha ha ha, senior brother, I found 2 paintings. 2 paintings?" Wang Lu's curiosity was immediately piqued. With a tap of his foot, he flew toward the direction of Lu Li's voice. The clouds and mist were everywhere in the 4th level. Even inside the castle, if they were far away, they would be shrouded by the clouds and mist. Although this castle only had 2 floors, the space of each floor was very wide. Wang Lu flew for hundreds of meters before he saw the ceiling of the first floor and the excited Lu Li. Senior brother, look, there are 2 paintings here. They are really beautiful." Wang Lu looked at the direction of Lu Li's finger, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. "Lu Li, you've made a great contribution. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.